more determined than ever that I would not give in to his charms. He came into the house without ringing the buzzer, but I noticed that he didn't seek me out in the bedroom. Instead, I found him smoking in the parlour, listening indifferently to the radio. He stood as I entered the room, leaning to ground out his cigarette. "Good evening, darling." "Hello, Milo." He came to me and brushed a kiss across my cheek. "You look stunning, as always." Naturally, the same could be said of him. I didn't return the compliment, however. He knew perfectly well how good-looking he was and didn't need me to say so. "Where would you like to dine tonight? Criterion?" "As a matter of fact," I said casually, "I was hoping we could go to Restaurant Bouloustin for a change of pace." I had not forgotten Mamie's invitation, and I did not intend to tell Milo about it until we arrived. I knew he wouldn't have agreed to dinner with company when he wanted me alone to work his wiles. He had coerced me into dinner with the promise of information, so I felt not the slightest qualm about bringing him unknowingly to dinner with the Douglas Hugheses. If he suspected anything behind my unusual choice of restaurant, he gave no sign of it. It was not a restaurant we often frequented. Nevertheless, we did sometimes choose restaurants outside of our normal haunts, so the suggestion was not enough to elicit suspicion. He helped me into my coat, and we went to our car. We talked very little on the drive to Southampton Street. Milo knew how much I disliked talking in front of Markham, and the things we had to say to each other were of a more private nature than usual. I had eaten at Restaurant Bouloustin once or twice before. The food was excellent, and the wine-coloured carpet, vibrant murals and hanging balloon lights created a festive atmosphere. As we walked into the restaurant, I looked about for Mrs. Douglas Hughes. She was normally easy to spot with her flaming red hair, but I didn't see her at a quick glance. The crowded interior and bright decor proved a bit inhibitive to locating her. Luckily, a voice caught my attention. "Good evening, Mrs. Ames." I turned to see Nigel Foster approaching. I was happy to see him, for I had wanted the chance to converse with another of the suspects and had hoped at least one of them would be present at dinner. "Good evening, Mr. Foster," I said warmly, as he took my hand. Though I had encountered my fair share of celebrities, I was still a bit in awe of Mr. Foster. It was not often, after all, that one came into contact with one of the greatest athletes in the country, the world, for that matter. "Mrs. Douglas Hughes said that we should perhaps expect you," he told me with a smile. "I was glad to hear it, for I'd been hoping for the opportunity to see you again." His gaze turned to Milo, whom he had apparently just noticed behind me. While he was too polite to show surprise, I could see the interest in his expression. Mamie had not known Milo would be attending, and I suppose that Mr. Foster, like the rest of London, had heard about Milo's latest scandal. It seemed very unlikely that we should be dining together, but perhaps it would do something to quiet the rumours a bit. End of CD 5. CD 6. "Good evening, Mr. Ames." "Good evening," Milo said, and I detected the slightest trace of wariness in his tone. He was beginning to suspect something was afoot. "You're joining us, aren't you?" Mr. Foster invited. "Our table is just over here." Milo spoke up before I had the chance. "I'm afraid we won't be able to." I elbowed him in the side none too gently. "Refuse such an invitation," he finished smoothly. "Excellent. We'll be delighted to have you both." He turned and began making his way through the crowded room towards a table in the corner. Milo took my arm as we followed him and leant down to speak in my ear. "For the record, I took your rather aggressive cue unwillingly. I didn't intend to share you this evening with other gentlemen, celebrated athletes or no." "It's not a matter of sharing." "Indeed. You must have missed the way Mr. Foster looked at you before he noticed me standing there." "Oh, pish," I said. "This dinner may be an opportunity to learn something important, Milo. We can talk about your peccadillos another time."
"Amory."
I ignored him and reached the table before he could ply me with excuses. The gentleman rose as Mr. Foster pulled out my chair and we all exchanged pleasantries. The party consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes, Mr. Foster, a member of Parliament and his wife, and, to my surprise, Marjorie Eccles. She was seated beside Mr. Foster, and I couldn't help but wonder if they had come together. Miss Eccles did not display any sign of particular affection towards him. In fact, if I read her body language correctly, she seemed a bit uncomfortable beside him. Or perhaps it was only nerves or the excitement of being out with so famous a gentleman. "I'm so glad you could join us, Amory," Mamie said warmly, her eyes moving from Milo to me and back again. "And you too, Mr. Ames." "We're delighted," Milo said, with the appearance of perfect sincerity. He was, of course, the picture of politeness. Charm was a natural reflex for him. Nevertheless, I could sense his unwillingness to be a part of the group. I felt a bit bad about tricking him into a dinner party, but he might as well prove useful while he was here. I leant close to him. "Talk to Miss Eccles about the murder," I instructed in a low voice. I had seen her bold eyes sweeping appreciatively over him since we had arrived at the table, and I was certain she would be more than happy to reveal to him whatever it was that she might know. If it was true that her sister and Mr. Harker had been involved with one another, Milo would be able to find out. He let out an impatient breath, but a moment later he turned to her and began a conversation. He was apparently making headway, for her throaty laugh could be heard every so often, though I couldn't make out in the din of the room what they were saying to one another. We all made pleasant, superficial conversation, but as the main course came, I became impatient to try to learn something. "I spoke with Mrs. Barrington yesterday," I said aloud, by way of easing the conversation around to murder. "She seems to be doing fairly well." "The poor thing," Mamie said. "I feel so sorry for her. It must have been simply awful to lose someone like that." "I didn't know Mr. Harker very well," I said to Mr. Foster. "What was he like?" "I'm afraid I didn't know him very well either," Mr. Foster admitted. "Mr. Barrington and I are friends, but I never spent much time in Mr. Harker's company. He seemed a pleasant fellow." We'd been to dinner at the Barringtons several times when he was there, so we got to know him in a casual way, Mamie said. "He was so quiet, I'd often forget he was there, until he made some sort of outlandish remark that caught everyone off guard." "Mamie," Mr. Douglas Hughes said in an affectionately warning tone, "there's no need to bring that up." "I didn't really mean to, Sandy," she replied. "But now that you've said it, I'll have to, or everyone will simply die of curiosity." "Oh, yes," I said lightly. "You must tell us now." "Certainly," Mr. Foster joined in. "You can't dangle something like that in front of us and then refuse to tell us. We're all quite curious." I saw Mr. Douglas Hughes give his wife a subtle shrug, as though he knew she was going to go on with the story, so he might as well not oppose it. There was an affectionate resignation in his gaze, and I marvelled at how easily I could read the fondness between the two of them. "It was at dinner a few weeks ago," she said. "You were there at the time, Mr. Foster, though perhaps you weren't sitting near enough to hear what was said. We were all admiring Mrs. Barrington's jewellery when Mr. Harker commented quite loudly that she didn't really need such a collection, and it would be better off given to someone who could really use it." I stilled, my fork halfway to my mouth as I took in this information. I glanced at Milo. His eyes were focused disinterestedly on the glass in his hand, but I knew him well enough to suspect that he was listening very carefully to what was being said. "I supposed Mr. Harker felt strongly about some social cause he wanted to support," Mamie said. "But it made things a little awkward for all of us, the way he said it. Of course, it was sweet of him to care for the needy, and it just shows what sort of person he was." I glanced at Marjorie Eccles. There was an odd expression on her face, but it was gone almost instantly, and I half wondered if I had imagined it. "Poor Jim was always saying the strangest things," she said, and her voice sounded strained beneath its artificial cheerfulness. "He was rather a dear, though. I'm sorry he's gone." I wondered again if it was possible that she had been in love with him. It didn't seem likely. Her personality seemed ill-suited to someone like Mr. Harker. Stranger things had been known to happen, though. "He always seemed a pleasant fellow to me," Mr. Foster put in. I saw him glance at Marjorie as he said it, and I suspected he was trying to soothe her feelings. I thought it kind of him to do so, though she didn't acknowledge his comment. I had picked up my water glass when Mamie caught my eye. She raised her brows slightly and made a subtle nod towards the doorway. "I think I need to visit the powder room," she said to the table, "if you'll excuse me." "I'll come with you," I said, taking her cue. "My makeup could use a bit of freshening up." The gentleman rose, as we did, and I followed Mamie from the room. We entered the powder rooms. A row of red satin chairs sat before a long vanity that stretched along one wall. There was a woman there reapplying her lipstick, so I followed Mamie's lead and removed my compact from my handbag as we took 2 of the seats. We powdered our noses until the other woman had finished and left the room. When the door had closed behind her, Mamie turned to me excitedly. "I didn't want to say anything more at the table, but I thought of something else. The thing that was bothering me that I couldn't remember. It was at that same dinner. Before he said the charity line, he blurted out." She affected an excellent British accent. "It's more the sort of thing a man would use to woo his mistress than give to his wife. Certainly you've no need for such adornments, Aunt Serena." My brows rose. That was an interesting comment indeed. He then went on to say that he thought it would be better to donate things to the needy. I think it made her a bit uncomfortable. "What sort of jewellery was it?" I questioned casually. "I don't remember. It might have been a necklace. I really just remember how Mrs. Barrington looked so funny when he said it. It was as though he had struck some sort of nerve. I assume she was embarrassed at the crassness of the mistress' remark, or perhaps at his insinuation that charity might be a better use for money. It wasn't really the thing to say at dinner." "That is quite interesting," I said slowly, turning it over in my mind. It was strange that Mr. Harker should have equated the jewellery to something one would give a mistress, and that Mrs. Barrington had appeared deeply affected by the comment. Of course, it might have just been one of his awkward outbursts that had mortified her, but perhaps there was more to it than that. Mrs. Barrington had made no mention of this incident, and I wondered if the piece of jewellery in question was one of the pieces that had gone missing. I would have to question her about it later. "I wanted to tell you, but I didn't like to say it at the table. I thought it might make things unpleasant with talk of mistresses." She stopped suddenly, a blush creeping over her face. "Well, now I suppose I've put my foot in my mouth." "You've seen the photograph?" I said. "Yes, I don't like those awful gossip magazines, but I heard about it. And now I've blurted it out, after speaking ill of poor Mr. Harker for doing just such a thing. I hope I haven't offended you." "Not at all." It certainly wasn't her fault that Milo was incapable of behaving himself. "It's really none of my business," she said. "Only I know what it's like to be scrutinized by the press. If you'd like to talk about it, I'm willing to listen." I hesitated. I was unaccustomed to discussing my private affairs with others, but there was something about Mamie's warm personality that made me feel I could confide in her. I closed my compact, slipping it back into my handbag. "It has caused no small amount of strife, as I'm sure you can imagine." Did he admit to it then?" she asked, concern apparent on her features. "No," I answered wearily. "He says it's not what it appears to be." Well, maybe it's not. There was something so hopeful in her expression, I almost felt as though I should feel sorry for her and not the other way around. "That would be easier to believe if it had never happened before," I said, looking at my expressionless reflection in the mirror. "But this is not the first time. Not nearly the first time." "Oh, I see." I managed to smile. Somehow the telling of it was a relief. "There have always been explanations, of course. He's very good at making excuses, and thus far I've been very good at believing them. But it's easier to explain away a strange woman clinging to his arm than it is one kissing him on the mouth." "He's terribly handsome," she said absently. "I suppose women are bound to flock to him." She blushed suddenly. "I suppose that was an impertinent thing to say. I'm sorry. Sometimes things come out before I have a chance to think them through." I laughed. "You needn't worry about that. I find it refreshing when people say what they're really thinking." I only meant that I suppose women throw themselves at him without much encouragement. "Yes, well, he isn't required to do such an efficient job of catching them." She smiled a bit sadly at my response. "You're right, of course. But you're here together tonight, so are things on the mend? You're not considering a divorce? Divorce is not an easy thing in England, I said carefully. She nodded. I understand it's much more complicated here. It only takes 6 weeks in America if you fly to Reno. It's almost too easy. 6 weeks. I wondered fleetingly if Milo and I would still be married now, were things so simple in this country. One can't simply obtain a divorce in England, I told her. There must be proof of infidelity. I've known of couples who wanted a divorce and couldn't obtain one because neither of them was actually unfaithful. The husband has arranged to be caught with a woman in a hotel. How very scandalous, she whispered. I believe it is usual for the husband to take the blame. However, in my case, there's no need for that pretense. I'm sorry, she said, and I was touched by the sincerity in her expression. Absurdly, I almost felt the need to comfort her. Nothing's been decided, I said. I suppose I'll cross that bridge if it comes to it. She held out her hand and gripped mine warmly. I hope things work out for you, Amory. I truly do. Thank you, Mamie. One could always hope. I took my lipstick from my handbag and a thought came to me suddenly. I meant to ask you, did you find your earring? I asked in a casual way as I applied a fresh coat to my lips. Earring? She repeated absently, tucking a strand of her bright red hair behind her ear. I saw Mr. Douglas Hughes at Lord Dunmore's house, and he said he was there looking for an earring you had misplaced at the ball. It seemed to me she hesitated ever so slightly before she rose to her feet. Oh, yes, she said. I found it in our car. I suppose we'd better get back to the table before they miss us. Chapter 20. I felt somehow disappointed by Mamie's lie. Try as I might to reason it away, I could think of no reason why both she and her husband should claim she had lost an earring when she had not been wearing any at the ball. It was depressingly suspicious. It was still on my mind as we said goodnight to the party and made our way out of the restaurant. I must say, that was very well played, my dear, Milo said as we stepped out into the night air. What do you mean? I asked innocently, though I knew perfectly well to what he was referring. This business of allowing me to believe we were going to dinner to talk, and instead dragging me into your little schemes. We're talking now, aren't we? I asked, moving towards the car. He caught my arm before we reached it. Wait a moment, I want to talk to you, Amory. We can talk on the way to the flat. In front of Markham? He asked, brows raised inquiringly. He had me there, for he knew perfectly well where I stood on that score. I sighed. Very well, then you may come up for a while. You know perfectly well that we cannot have a decent conversation with Winelda creeping about the house. She's probably gone to bed by now. I want to be alone with you, he said in a low voice, and I ignored the little thrill the words evoked. I absolutely refused to fall prey to his charms this evening. Why? I challenged. Because I have things I need to say. I considered this, and he seemed to take my silence for assent. I'm staying at the Ritz. We can talk there. I don't think so, Milo. Why not? Our eyes met, and I could read the challenge in his. It wasn't that I didn't trust him. It was that I didn't trust myself. I was honest enough to acknowledge that I was entirely too vulnerable where Milo was concerned. Still, I wavered. Some ridiculous and hopelessly romantic part of me still hoped there was a chance to mend things. Please, he asked softly. Just for a little while. I sighed, unwilling to argue with him or myself any longer. Very well, but only for a little while. After a short drive, we pulled up in front of the hotel, the imposing facade aglow, and Milo assisted me from the car. The evening had grown cool, and I was very aware of the warmth of him beside me. I'll be down in an hour, Markham, I said. Very good, madam. Milo took my arm, and we walked into the hotel and across the bright, gleaming lobby to the lift. We arrived on his floor, walked down the long carpeted hallway, and entered his suite of rooms. He switched on the lights and I glanced around. The sitting room was lovely, with high ceilings, ivory walls and carpeting, and expensive furniture arranged around a marble fireplace. I could see through open French doors the adjoining bedroom and bath. Milo helped me with my coat, and I took a seat on the blue and yellow patterned sofa as he ordered coffee for me and then moved to pour himself a drink. It felt strange to be a guest visiting my husband's accommodation, and I felt somehow that I didn't want to discuss our marriage, not just yet. "What is it that you've learnt about the murder?" I asked him. "You told me you'd tell me at dinner."
"I have half a mind to keep it to myself after your little charade this evening," he replied, putting the glass stopper back in the decanter. "That was not how I'd planned to spend my evening."
"I already had the engagement with Douglas Hughes when you asked me to dinner. I thought I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
"Yes, well, stoning might have been preferable to an evening spent sitting next to that Eccles woman."
"She seemed to find you charming." He shot me a look as he took a seat beside me, drink in hand, and loosened his necktie.
"She's certainly a talkative little thing."
"Did you learn anything interesting? Did she say anything about her sister and Mr. Harker?"
"She mentioned that they all spent a good deal of time together. There was a nightclub they enjoyed frequenting, the Sparrow or some such ridiculous name."
I tucked that bit of information away for possible use in the future.
"Don't get any ideas, Amory,"
he said warningly, reading my thoughts with frustrating accuracy. I ignored him. "Do you think she was in love with Mr. Harker?"
"Hardly. I imagine she and her sister found Mr. Harker something of an easy target."
"Using him for his money, you mean?"
"That would be my guess."
I wondered about Mr. Harker's financial situation. I hadn't even considered that possibility before now. Was he well off, do you suppose?
"Comfortable, I assume. His father was Mrs. Barrington's brother. The family is well off, I should say, though not exactly rolling in money."
I considered that for a moment. James Harker seemed the sort of sweet, vague young man who might be easily taken advantage of by a woman of the world. Might his money have had something to do with his death? "What else did you learn?" I asked.
"Nothing much else tonight, but I telephoned Frederick Garmond and asked him about Vivian Garmond. Her deceased husband was only a distant cousin, but Garmond said the cousin went abroad a few years ago and died. Shortly after, Mrs. Garmond came home with a baby and a somewhat dubious account of their marriage. The families accepted it, but it's commonly assumed that Dunmore got her pregnant and refused to marry her."
Milo's information was as I had suspected then. That was much the same thing that Mrs. Rowland had told me. I felt somewhat smug that Milo had not learnt anything new. "It's possible that James Harker knew something she wanted kept quiet," I said. "That seems unlikely, but I suppose we can't discount it. Winelda also has it through her own little jungle telegraph that Mrs. Garmond has been having financial difficulties. It may be that she was desperate enough to steal the jewellery, and Mr. Harker's death was an unfortunate byproduct."
"Well, that could be." However, her questionable widowhood was not the extent of his information. Garmond had something rather interesting to say about the Barringtons as well.
I looked at him, surprised. "What did he say?"
"To begin with, things aren't going as well as their lifestyle seems to indicate. Mr. Barrington had several investments that went awry."
"You mean they're not as wealthy as they seem to be?"
"That is exactly what I mean. Until very recently, Mr. Barrington had been losing money hand over fist. I understand things have been improving, but it will be difficult for him to recoup the losses, and things remain somewhat precarious."
I thought back to the night of the dinner party. Mrs. Barrington had mentioned taking a flat for convenience. Perhaps she had said it so that it wouldn't come as a surprise if they were forced to sell their house. I considered the possible implications of this news. "Do you think she might have been selling her jewels and only claiming that they had gone missing?"
"It's possible, I suppose. What better way to acquire some much-needed funds than by selling off the jewellery? It could have been done inconspicuously."
"It would have been strange for her to ask for my help in locating them if she had taken them herself, unless—"
"She was planning a murder,"
Milo and I said at the same time. I smiled at him. In moments like this, when there was harmony between us, it was so very easy to talk to him. I wished it could always be that way. He must have noticed the wistful look on my face, for his expression grew more serious.
What is it?
I shook my head, unwilling to unburden myself just now. Nothing. Was there anything else you learned? He was still watching me, and I knew that he could tell that there was something more on my mind. He decided against pressing me, however, and let the subject drop for the time being.
Yes, in fact, not only are the Barringtons not as financially secure as they once were, I gather there was no love lost between Mr. Barrington and James Harker.
Mrs. Rowland had mentioned as much, but I still found it surprising. I thought the Barringtons were very fond of him.
His aunt was, perhaps, but I was given to believe that Mr. Barrington was less than pleased with his nephew's contribution to the family financial situation. And, as you have heard, James Harker had the charming habit of putting his foot in his mouth.
That seems to be the general consensus. Were there any particular instances of note?
I gather Mr. Harker let slip at a dinner party that the family coffers were dwindling. Mr. Barrington was attempting to arrange some sort of business transaction with a gentleman who was present, but the deal later fell through. No doubt Mr. Barrington attributed this to Mr. Harker's careless talk.
Mr. Garmond told you all of this?
Not all of it. I had an interesting conversation or two at my club. Mr. Barrington is an amiable and well-liked gentleman, but that doesn't mean people aren't willing to share bad tidings. People enjoy spreading word of misfortune much more than they do good news.
I was strangely glad that he had taken the trouble to glean what information he could from the members of his club. He had done it because he knew that it would please me. Who do you suppose inherits Mr. Harker's money? I asked. A glint showed in Milo's eyes.
That would be interesting to know, wouldn't it?
Interesting indeed. Mr. Harker had been unmarried. It was entirely possible that his money would go to his nearest relations. I wondered cynically if Mr. and Mrs. Barrington might fall under this category. Milo seemed to be considering this as well.
If Mrs. Barrington was planning a murder, it would have been strange of her to call attention to it, unless she was attempting to throw us off the scent. That seems unlikely, however. She doesn't seem as though she would be inclined to create an elaborate setting for a crime she planned to commit.
Mr. Barrington may have done it, I suggested. If he didn't care for his nephew and knew about the earlier thefts, perhaps he used the opportunity to revenge himself. Or perhaps he was still angry with Mr. Harker about his past indiscretions. Then again, Mr. Harker had likely been making a nuisance of himself all his life. Why should Mr. Barrington be more likely to kill him now than at any other time? I suppose it could have been a matter of opportunity. Milo looked unconvinced.
At Lord Dunmore's ball? He could have easily killed him somewhere else much more conveniently, and with much less risk of being caught.
I had to admit he had a point. It was risky, wasn't it? A thought came to me suddenly. How did the killer know that he or she would be able to get away with it? There were people everywhere on the first floor. It seems that the killer must have used the opportunity to kill him rather than having planned it ahead of time.
That makes sense, Milo agreed. I think we may safely say that the murder was not premeditated.
Nigel Foster seems a very unlikely candidate, I said, moving on to the other suspects. Though he and Mr. Harker had some contacts, I don't see any reason why he might have killed him. Besides, I doubt he would risk his storied career over a few jewels.
Not to mention, murder is very unsportsmanlike,
Milo added dryly. There is something else strange. I told of the story Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes had given about the missing earring. If she didn't really lose her jewellery, what could Mr. Douglas Hughes have been searching for?
Perhaps he hid the bracelet and went back for it.
No, I said, I refuse to believe Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes might have had anything to do with the murder.
Milo smiled indulgently. So, Sandy and his lovely wife have been singled out for your special brand of amnesty this time around. I've told you before, darling, you can't choose the people you like best and excuse them from your suspect list.
I have an instinct, I responded archly.
Ah.
Mr. Douglas Hughes is a very respectable gentleman. I can't imagine him participating in something as sordid as this. And Mamie, well, she's so very sweet and elegant. No, I said firmly, I've made up my mind. Neither of them could possibly be the killer.
I'll admit, Mrs. Douglas Hughes is rather charming for an American. Her past is shaded in mystery, however. A musical review seems a hotbed of sordid secrets. As for Mr. Douglas Hughes, I imagine he has a great many secrets of his own, and James Harker was known for ferreting things out.
They've already been picked apart by the press. What would one more secret matter?
People have been known to kill for less.
You are so frightfully pragmatic this evening, Milo. He smiled.
That, my dear, is the first time in my life I have ever been accused of that.
The coffee came then, and we settled into comfortable silence until the waiter had gone. This is a very lovely room, I said, looking about as I sipped my coffee. When my eyes fell on Milo, I saw that he was looking at me intently, and I had to fight down the flutter in my stomach.
No hotel can compare to one's home. I long to return to the comforts of a soft bed and a warm wife. Or perhaps the other way around. How long is my banishment going to last?
When he looked at me that way, it was so very difficult to forget how much I loved him. I don't know, I replied, summoning up my resolve. I need time to think about everything, but truthfully, I don't like to think about it. I'm sure you can understand that it's rather unpleasant for me.
Will you let me tell you what happened?
I looked into his eyes, trying to gauge his sincerity. Will you be honest with me?
Yes.
I'd rather the ugly truth than your pretty lies, Milo.
I'll tell you the truth.
He set his drink on the table and turned to face me.
It was one kiss. Nothing before, nothing after.
Why did you kiss her? I asked softly.
I didn't kiss her. She kissed me. I didn't know she was going to do it.
And poor helpless thing that you are, you couldn't stop her, I said sardonically.
Will you let me finish?
I waved a hand for him to continue. I could already tell that I was going to find his story ridiculous, but I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
They must have snapped the photograph at exactly the right time, for as soon as she did it, I disentangled myself from her. I dropped her off at her hotel immediately, and that was the last I've seen of her. There was never anything more to it than that. Everything before that was just rumour, and she apparently began to believe it.
What were you doing with her to begin with? You told me you were going to Bedfordshire.
Well, I did go to Bedfordshire. I met her at the train station, and she asked me to have a drink with her. I didn't see any harm in it.
I sighed. You don't expect me to believe that you didn't know her intentions when she's displayed such obvious interest in your company.
I wasn't interested in her. I thought that was the material thing.
No, Milo, I said. The material thing is that you see nothing wrong with your behaviour. Even if your highly questionable account of events happens to be true, even if that was the only time you've ever kissed her, it doesn't matter. If this is all some grand misunderstanding, as you claim, it still doesn't account for the fact that you care nothing about how things look.
Why should I? He replied. Why should I care what people think?
Because I do, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm tired of being made to look the fool. I know what people say. Poor Mrs. Ames suffers in silence as her husband parades his mistresses through the society columns. Well, I'm not going to suffer in silence, Milo. Not any more.
I told you there was nothing in it.
There's no use in going round and round about it, I said tiredly. If I can't make you understand why I dislike your spending time dining and kissing and heaven knows what else with other women, then there's nothing else to be said. I set my coffee on the table and stood, and he stood with me.
Amory, this is quite ridiculous.
I went to see Mr. Ludlow this morning, I said suddenly. I hadn't expected to share the fact that my unpleasant errand earlier in the day had been a visit to our solicitor, but now it seemed the moment to make it known. I think you should know that I consulted with him on the various options that are open to me. This news, I think, caught him off guard, for I saw the barest hint of surprise cross his features before it was smoothed away.
"You don't mean to tell me that you're really serious about all of this?"
"Of course I'm serious," I replied, meeting his gaze levelly. "I've never been more in earnest in my life."
"You're thinking of divorcing me?"
He asked the question in an expressionless voice, but his eyes on my face held an unusual intensity. I shrugged helplessly. "Perhaps there's nothing else to be done. Perhaps we don't belong together."
"Don't be absurd."
"There's no need for us to keep up the pretense of being happy if we're not. We wouldn't be the first couple of our acquaintance who couldn't make a go of it."
"I believe we said, for as long as we both shall live."
If the moment had not been what it was, I might have laughed at the irony of his quoting our wedding vows. "We said a lot of things, Milo. You don't get to pick and choose which apply."
"You know perfectly well you don't want a divorce. For one thing, it will cause—"
"What?" I challenged. "Scandal? Embarrassment? Well, better to put up with it for a few months than for the rest of my life." We looked at one another, and I could no longer read anything in his bright blue eyes.
"You've made up your mind, then?"
His voice had gone cool, and I recognised that there would be no impassioned entreaties. I hadn't wanted any, but somehow I found myself disheartened that he should capitulate so easily. "No," I replied, straining to keep my voice even. "I haven't said that. I only know I can't go on with the way things have been." He didn't reply, and I picked up my coat. "We'll talk again later, Milo. Good night." I went down to the lobby alone and waited for Markham to return and take me home. Chapter 21. I judged the evening to have been a catastrophic failure as far as my marriage was concerned, and I was utterly exhausted by the time I reached home. The day had been much too eventful, and my head was fairly swimming. I hadn't meant for things to unravel so rapidly with Milo, but I supposed it was time for things to come to a head. He knew now where I stood, and it was up to him to determine what he meant to do about it. I tried to fight back the nagging worry that he might follow the path of least resistance and allow me to divorce him. Despite my unease and agitation over all that had occurred, I had scarcely slid beneath the sheets before I was sleeping soundly. I slept much later than usual, and before I could rise, Winelda came bustling into the room with a tray of toast and coffee. "I thought perhaps you'd enjoy breakfast in bed this morning, madam," she said cheerily. "That's very kind of you, Winelda." As a matter of fact, I was still feeling rather drained from the events of last evening, and the prospect of lounging abed for another hour was distinctly appealing. She set the tray down, arranging things on it for a few moments, before stepping back and allowing me to pick up my coffee cup. "Thank you." She stood waiting, and I looked up at her expectantly. I had come to recognise that expression of barely concealed eagerness. "Is there something you want to talk about?" "You're ever so perceptive, madam," she said with a smile. "You always seem to know just what I'm thinking. As a matter of fact, there is something I wanted to tell you. I've heard something rather strange from Lily this morning, and I thought you might want to know about it." "Have you?" I replied with interest. "What is it?" "It's rather scandalous," she warned. "I'm certain my nerves will bear up," I reassured her, stirring sugar and milk into my coffee. "Well, Mrs. Garmond came home from her hat shopping yesterday, and Gladys said she was acting rather strange." "Indeed?" "Gladys says she's normally so very calm, but it seemed as though something had upset her." I brought my coffee cup to my lips, contemplating this bit of news. She had encountered me at the hat shop. I wondered if I had somehow brought about this unexpected reaction. "She had ordered dinner, but then she went out again without eating." Winelda paused for dramatic effect, before adding, with significance, "and did not return home until this morning." My brows rose. I see. There were, certainly, plausible explanations for her overnight absence, but I also thought it quite possible that she had gone to see Lord Dunmore, and that he had induced her to stay the night with him. If that was the case, however, what was it that had upset her, and why had she sought him out when they were rumoured not to be on the best of terms? "Weren't the servants worried when she didn't arrive home?" I asked. Winelda lifted her eyebrows. "I'm afraid it's not the first time it's happened, madam. In fact, Gladys says that it used to be a fairly regular turn of events, up until recently." "Thank you for telling me, Winelda," I said, taking another sip of my coffee as I turned this bit of information around in my mind. "That is very interesting indeed." I found I could not remain in bed after breakfast, for I felt a nervous energy and the desire to do something useful. I decided that the next best course of action would be for me to speak again to Mrs. Barrington. Given what I had learnt in the last few days, I had several questions for her. I also needed to let her know that Lord Dunmore had agreed to consider dangling the Dunmore diamond before the thief. I rang her up, and she said that she would come to see me. In typical fashion, she wasted no time. She had arrived at the flat in less than an hour. I had barely had time to bathe and dress before Winelda was showing her into the sitting room. She settled herself in a chair, waving away my offer of coffee or tea. "Have you spoken with Lord Dunmore?" "Yes, he says he will consider it." "Well, that's better than a flat no, I suppose," she mused. "Was there some other reason you wished to see me, Mrs. Ames?" I decided it would be best to come directly to the point. She was not the type of woman who needed, or wanted, to be treated with delicacy. "Mrs. Barrington, someone mentioned last night that at a dinner party a few weeks ago, Mr. Harker had made a comment about a piece of your jewellery and how it reminded him of a piece that someone would give to his mistress." Mrs. Barrington's eyes widened. "Who told you that?" "Mrs. Douglas Hughes mentioned it," I said, seeing no point in concealing it. I was trying to get information that might prove useful, and she recalled the incident. Mrs. Barrington frowned. "James didn't mean anything by that. He was simply jesting with me. He was always saying strange things. It was just a way he had. He didn't know when he was being inappropriate." "Did Mr. Harker have a mistress?" I asked. "No," she said quickly. "James was a timid boy. He enjoyed spending time with the Eccles girls because they're so lively, but it was never anything serious. If you think he would have wanted to give my jewels to one of them, it isn't so. James lacked cleverness at times, but he wasn't stupid. The Eccles girls could never have worn my pieces in public. I would have noticed. In any event, as I've said before, he knew the bracelet at the ball was paste. He would have had no reason to try to steal it." "Which piece was it he referred to at dinner? Do you recall?" It seemed as though she wavered indecisively before saying, "It was the diamond bracelet, the second piece to go missing, but I can assure you it had nothing to do with the murder." I had the sudden sensation that she was denying it too strenuously. I wondered if pressing her was the best course of action under the circumstances, but I had the distinct feeling that there was something she was holding back. "Mrs. Barrington, is there anything you know? Anything you're not saying?" "Of course not, Mrs. Ames," she cried, a bit too spiritedly. "If I knew anything that could help to catch James's killer, I would certainly reveal it to you." "Very good. We shall just have to hope that something else comes to light." For the time being, there was nothing more to be said. Mrs. Barrington left, and Winelda brought me coffee in the sitting room. I sipped it contemplatively. It seemed to me that Mrs. Barrington's story was not quite holding together. There had been something secretive in her manner today, as though there was something she wanted to keep from me. I wondered if I was being unjustly suspicious. It was possible I was being influenced by what Milo had told me about the Barringtons' financial difficulties. Just because things were a bit tight for them, however, didn't mean that they would have had anything to do with the death of their nephew. Indeed, it seemed almost out of the question. Almost. Without my meaning to think of him, my thoughts drifted to Milo. I wondered what he was doing at this moment. I wouldn't have been half surprised to find out he had decided to dash off to Nice or some such place without informing me. He tended to bolt at the most inopportune times. Nevertheless, I could not help but hope that he had taken some of what I told him last night to heart. It had been difficult for me to speak so directly to him. I was accustomed to sidestepping our marital difficulties at every turn. However, I had come to the point where I could no longer remain silent on the subject. 5 years had been too long. I was perfectly aware that my ultimatum might have been the nail in the coffin for our marriage. It was not something I took lightly. In addition to the heartbreak it would cause me, I was perfectly aware of the scandal that would ensue, of the social repercussions that would result if my marriage came to an end. But if that was the way it had to be, so be it. I had meant what I had said, and I would live with the consequences. I stood up. I was feeling too restless to simply sit here. I was tired of thinking about things. I wanted to do something. But what? My thoughts turned again to the apparent motive for murder. The missing jewellery seemed to be at the centre of all of this, but where had it gone? Not only the paste bracelet from the ball, but also Mrs. Barrington's other pieces. They had to be somewhere. Furthermore, where had the genuine sapphire come from? It seemed to have materialised out of thin air to vex me. A thought came to me suddenly. If the thief had stolen Mrs. Barrington's jewellery out of desperation, it was just as possible that he or she would have tried to sell them already. I wonder if the police had investigated that possibility. I also wondered how one went about selling such things. Winelda seemed to have knowledge about a wide range of things from her maid friends. I wondered if she could prove useful in this case. "Winelda," I asked casually as she came back into the room, "if one was interested in selling stolen jewellery, how do you suppose one would go about it?" "I'm sure I wouldn't know, madam," she exclaimed, properly scandalised by my question. "If you're missing jewellery, I can only tell you that I know nothing about it, and that I would never in a million years— No, I assured her quickly. "I'm not missing anything. I am just wondering where such a transaction might take place." She looked close to tears, and I felt bad for having frightened her. "I only meant that since you know so many people, you might have heard tales of where people would go to do such a thing." "I don't keep company with those types of maids, madam," she said with great dignity. "Certainly not, Winelda," I soothed. "But it would be most useful to me if you could think of any place where one might dispose of jewellery second-hand." "Well," she said, seemingly pacified by my appeal to her knowledge, "Lily had a ring from her aunt that she was forced to sell when she lost her place once. She said she went to a shop on Whitechapel High Street. There are ever so many shops that way where one might sell things, jewellery and the like. I remember once, too, that Gladys told me she thought that Mrs. Garmond might have sold some of her jewellery from Lord Dunmore." She had piqued my interest now. "Indeed?" "Yes, Gladys heard her mention Whitechapel, and it was not the type of place that Mrs. Garmond would normally frequent, Mrs. Garmond being a fine lady. Gladys got to thinking about what Lily had said about selling things, and how Mrs. Garmond has been cutting back on expenses, and thought she must have gone to sell some jewellery." "Whitechapel High Street, you say?" I mused. An idea was beginning to take shape in my mind. "It's not a very nice place, though, madam. In fact, I think it's dangerous. One's always hearing about women being killed in Whitechapel, cut to ribbons and other sordid things." I thought perhaps Winelda was a bit out of date in her reading on that score. "Besides," she added as something of an anticlimax, "they didn't give Lily half of what her ring was worth." "I don't think we need worry much about that, Winelda." She looked quite unconvinced. "Begging your pardon, madam, you're not thinking of selling anything?" "Oh, no, certainly not." I thought it best to refute the idea quickly, before Lily, Gladys and company received news that I had begun to rid myself of all the jewellery Milo had given me. "In fact, I'm looking to buy something." "Not from one of those places, surely? You're much too fine a lady to go to some place like that," Winelda protested. "With your lovely clothes and your elegant manner, they're bound to recognise you as quality and try to get too much money out of you." "Perhaps you're right. I'd much rather shop in Mayfair." "Oh, yes, it's ever so much nicer." Satisfied for the moment that she had done her part to discourage my strange whims, she went off to put the coffee things away. I sat for a moment, the possibilities running through my head. If I could find Mrs. Barrington's jewels, it was very likely I would be able to determine who had stolen them. I found it very interesting that Mrs. Garmond was known to have visited Whitechapel. Could it be that she had been selling the jewellery she had stolen from Mrs. Barrington? There was only one way to find out. While I knew that I had very little hope of stumbling across Mrs. Barrington's jewels in the first shop I visited, it was my thought that some subtle inquiries might lead me in the right direction. Winelda was right about one thing, however. I couldn't just waltz into a place like that asking questions. They would be bound to be suspicious. No, I would have to go with the pretext of trying to sell something. That meant there was only one option. I would have to go in disguise. Chapter 22. My plan, once formulated, was put into action at once. I located a dress in the back of my closet that had somehow escaped the charity pile. It was several years old, of a slightly dated colour and cut. I had lost a bit of weight as of late, and it was ill-fitting, which I thought heightened the effect. I took off my engagement and wedding rings and found a small ruby ring in the back of my jewellery box. I slipped it into my pocket. I hadn't much experience going incognito, but I was of the impression that it would be best to hide my identity as thoroughly as possible. To that end, I put on too much makeup and mussed my hair a bit in hopes of appearing somewhat tawdry. I stepped back from the mirror and studied the effect. Winelda had watched my preparations with growing alarm. "Oh, I wish you wouldn't, madam," she had said more than once. "I assure you everything will be fine, Winelda." "At least you'll have Markham with you," she said, as though to reassure herself. "He's a sturdy fellow and should be able to protect you if something goes amiss." "I'll take a cab," I said. "If I have Markham drive me, it will call too much attention." "Oh, I don't know, madam," Winelda said, wringing her hands. "Begging your pardon, but I think it's an awfully risky thing to do." "Don't fret. I'm not going to do anything dangerous." "Perhaps I should come with you," she suggested. One look at her face was enough to make it plain that she hoped I would refuse. She needn't have worried, for I thought that her nervousness would only make me more conspicuous. "I don't think that will be necessary," I told her. "I'm only going to make a few inquiries. Nothing is going to go wrong." This did not seem to comfort her. "Oh, I do hope you're right, madam," she said mournfully. I was undeterred by her lack of confidence and left the flat determined to learn something. I took a cab to Whitechapel, and the drive gave me time to contemplate how poorly devised my plan really was. How on earth did I expect to locate Mrs. Barrington's missing jewellery in a sea of London pawnbrokers? I would have equated it to searching for a needle in a haystack, but I thought it unfair to haystacks. I felt suddenly that I had set out on a Herculean task. I supposed it wouldn't hurt to attempt it, however. After all, Hercules had succeeded. Whitechapel High Street was bustling with traffic, and the car slowed, the driver glancing at me in the mirror. "Any particular pawnbroker?" he asked. As I thought it might elicit suspicion to request the most disreputable of them, I asked him to stop at the first one we encountered. He pulled up to the curb, and I instructed him to wait. Stepping out into the street, I realised there were an alarming number of unsavoury-looking shops. I fought down the rising feeling that I might have embarked on too great an undertaking, and walked towards the shop nearest to me. The 3 golden balls signifying a pawnbroker's shop beneath the faded sign that read, "Ackerman and Heath, purveyors of fine goods." A bell, imprisoned by cobwebs, did its best to jangle as I entered. The place was just as I had imagined it would be, dark and musty with a generally unwholesome atmosphere. There were long, dusty glass counters filled with jewellery and trinkets of every imaginable description. I wondered how much of it might have been acquired by unscrupulous means. The man behind the counter looked up at me as I entered, his shrewd eyes taking my measure in one practised glance. "Good afternoon," I said. I allowed a bit of uncertainty to come into my voice. I had determined that it would be best for me to act as though I was new to this sort of thing. No matter how much I hoped I might be able to turn in an excellent performance, Sarah Bernhardt I was not. There was no way I could convincingly portray a hardened criminal, so it would be easiest for me to act as a decent woman sliding down the slippery slope to thievery and ruin. "What can I do for you?" he asked, still eyeing me in an unnerving way. "Well, Mr. Ackerman, or is it Heath?
Neither.
Oh, I said. I see. Well, do you buy jewellery here?
Depends.
On what?
On the type of jewellery, where you got it, how much you want for it, things like that.
I have a ring I'd like to sell, I told him, a ruby ring.
Where did you come by it? He asked.
I feigned nervousness, which was not difficult. Someone gave it to me.
Did they indeed?
I heard the door to the shop open, but I didn't turn around. I was just beginning to warm up to my part. I hoped that I was making my story sound a bit dubious. Yes, it was a gift from my employer.
What do you do for a living? He asked.
I'm a maid. I was not by nature a good liar. In fact, I was very much against it in practice. However, I consoled myself by the fact that this was a role I was playing. I only hoped I could maintain it.
Well, why don't you let me see this ring of yours?
I pulled off my glove and reached into my pocket to pull out the ring. He held out a rough, hairy hand, and I dropped it into his palm. He held it up, surveying it carefully before his eyes came back to me.
So I've found you out.
I turned at the familiar voice from the doorway, unwilling at first to believe my ears. It was Milo. How in the world he had found me here, I didn't know, but I forced myself to keep from revealing my extreme annoyance at his unwelcomed presence.
I was afraid you might do something like this, Mary,
he said, disappointment in his voice. Mary? So he was continuing the ploy then. I didn't know what he was up to, but I was sorely displeased that he had chosen to interfere in my affairs.
As you can see, I followed you.
Milo turned to the man.
She's taken the ring from my wife's jewellery case. And that's a matter for the police, the man said, unalarmed. You'd best deal with her elsewhere. No need for the police, Milo replied indulgently. After all, I'm rather fond of Mary.
My eyes narrowed, but I held my tongue.
Granted, she's not a very good maid, Milo continued. More ornamental than useful, if you understand my meaning.
I clenched my fists to keep from snatching up some heavy object from a nearby shelf and hitting him with it, as he so richly deserved.
We don't buy stolen jewellery, the proprietor said. No, of course not, Milo said pleasantly. I'm only glad I caught her before she could go to someone who does. I'd hate for her to do something foolish. I'll make sure she doesn't try anything like this again. We're sorry to have troubled you. Come along, Mary.
He took my arm and fairly dragged me from the shop. What are you doing? I hissed at him when we were out on the street, jerking my arm from his grasp. He handed money to my cab driver, dismissing him without consulting me, and then took my arm again and led me to where his own cab was waiting. I thought about refusing to get into it, but I didn't want to make a scene.
I was coming to see you when I saw you emerge from our flat, questionably dressed and behaving in a highly suspicious way. I followed you, naturally, he said, as he slid in beside me.
I don't like to be followed, I informed him irritably. I've no need for you to monitor my movements. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
It's a good thing I came along when I did. In another minute he would have found you out, and I dare say he would not have been amused.
He would not have found me out, I said. I was doing just fine before you arrived.
The ruse wouldn't have lasted much longer.
Oh, really? I retorted. And what makes you an expert on such things?
For one thing, you had taken off your gloves. He picked up my hand from my lap. How many maids do you know with perfectly manicured fingernails?
I pulled my hand from his grasp.
For another, I'm afraid you've rather overdone it. Your face looks ghastly. I think you've confused the part of a maid with that of a tart.
I pulled a mirror from my handbag. Though I hated to admit it, he was right. In the light of day, my countenance was vaguely clownish. I took a handkerchief from my bag and began dabbing at the paint.
I assume you're looking for Mrs. Barrington's stolen things. Well, I'll help you.
I haven't asked for your help, I retorted. He ignored me as the car rolled along slowly and then stopped in front of another shop. Why are we stopping here? I asked.
Because the proprietor of this particular shop has been known to deal in questionably acquired goods.
How did you learn that? I demanded, irritated that he should have already begun inquiries along the same lines as mine.
I have my sources.
He opened the door and got out. I followed him, protesting. Milo, I don't think...
Don't argue with me, Mary.
He took my arm and we walked into the shop. Apparently, surly, unkempt gentlemen were standard in these types of establishments, for the proprietor here was nearly an exact duplicate of the one I had just encountered.
What can I do for you?
He asked, his eyes moving from Milo to me and back to Milo.
I'm looking for some fine jewellery.
Milo told him in a bored tone, his eyes glancing disinterestedly around the shop. The man ran his eyes over Milo's Savile Row suit in an appraising way.
I expect you find more of what you're looking for in some Mayfair jewellers.
Milo smiled easily.
Yes, but I'm afraid any of those shops might provide an additional hazard. You see, I shouldn't like my wife to find out.
The man glanced at me, comprehension dawning on his features.
I can appreciate that, sir,
he said, his tone a bit more friendly than it had been before. I was incensed that Milo's insinuation should have been a point in his favour.
I'd like something a bit different than the usual. Something a wife probably won't appreciate.
End of CD 6. CD 7. Must you always talk about your wife? I asked pettishly. If I was going to play this role, I figured I may as well make a go of it.
I'm sorry, darling, but it's not as though we can pretend she doesn't exist.
You forget it easily enough at times, I shot back. Then I walked to the other end of the counter, pretending to examine the trinkets beneath the glass worktop. I thought perhaps the two men might commiserate in their mutual immorality.
A bit skittish, is she, sir?
The man said, lowering his voice, though not low enough for his words to elude me.
The high-spirited ones always are, Milo replied.
If he continued to talk about me as though I were one of his horses, he was going to see just how high-spirited I could be.
Women are strange creatures.
They are indeed, Milo agreed gravely.
I'd give that one what she wants, the man said. She's one I'd hate to lose, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Milo turn to look at me.
That she is.
What are you looking for? The man asked him.
I've got some fine pieces that I don't keep on display. Anything particular you have in mind?
Have you anything with an Eiffel Tower? Milo inquired. I was impressed that he had remembered the description of Mrs. Barrington's most easily recognisable piece of jewellery. He really was frightfully efficient when he chose to be.
An Eiffel Tower? Yes, you know, a jewelled replica of some sort. We sometimes...
Milo offered another suggestive smile.
Holiday in Paris, you see.
When we can get away from your wife, I chimed in. The corner of Milo's mouth tipped up.
I'm afraid I haven't anything like that, the proprietor said. But I've got a lovely sapphire necklace that would suit the lady perfectly. No, I'm afraid it's an Eiffel Tower she wants, Milo said. Isn't it, darling?
Yes, I confirmed. You've promised me again and again. I intend to get it. Milo looked at the man and shrugged his shoulders as if at a loss in the face of a woman's demands. I thought of Mrs. Barrington's other pieces. But, I said slowly, I would like a sapphire bracelet. But there's a certain one I want. I saw it on a rich lady once, and I've wanted one ever since. There was a diamond bracelet she had too, now that I think of it. They were both lovely. I proceeded to describe the missing pieces in great detail.
Oh, I haven't got either one of those, the proprietor said a bit wearily when I had finished.
Well, then I suppose we must keep looking. I took Milo's arm and pressed myself against him in what I could only hope was a fair impression of coquettish behaviour. You've promised me, lovey, I purred.
That I have, and you know I can't resist you, darling.
Without warning, his arm came around me, and he pulled me against him, giving me a lingering kiss on the mouth before releasing me. My eyes shot daggers at him, but he only smiled and turned to the proprietor.
You'll have to excuse me. I am sometimes overcome by Mary's charms."
The man, it seemed, was completely unfazed by our behaviour.
"You certain nothing else will do?" he asked.
"I don't think so," I said. "I want one of those things specifically." The man seemed disappointed, but he nodded and gave Milo a look that seemed to say he understood the trials of high-spirited women.
"If you come across any of those things, you'll let me know?" Milo asked. "Certainly, sir, certainly."
Milo took a card from his pocket and scribbled something on it, handing it to the man.
"Pleasure to assist you, Mr. Ames. Gibbs is my name, sir. If you think of anything else you need, you've only to ask." "Thank you, Mr. Gibbs, I shall."
Milo turned to me.
"Come, Mary, I'll buy you a sable coat."
I smiled. "I suppose that will do until the jewellery comes along." I came back to where he stood and smiled at the shopkeeper. "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Gibbs."
"It was my pleasure."
He leant a bit closer over the counter.
"And I wouldn't worry myself none about his wife, miss," he said warmly. "I'm sure she's nothing compared to you."
Chapter 23.
"Brava, darling,"
Milo said when we were safely outside.
"You were magnificent."
He took my hands in his, turning me to face him. His eyes were alight with amusement, and I could tell that he had enjoyed our little charade immensely. Against my will, I felt caught up in his enthusiasm. "We were rather convincing, I think," I said.
"Oh, you were perfection. You should be on the stage."
"But if you ever refer to me as skittish again—"
"Well, that was your admirer, Mr. Gibbs, not me."
"You needn't have kissed me," I told him, attempting to be cross.
"I never like to miss an opportunity to kiss you, darling,"
he said with a smile. "I'm not certain why it was necessary for Mary to be your mistress," I said, disengaging my hands from his. "Wouldn't it have been just as effective for me to be your wife?"
"It was merely for effect, and you must admit that it seemed to be a point in our favour."
It was true. The story seemed to have shifted Mr. Gibbs' sympathies almost at once. "How did you know that would work?" I asked.
"When one wants to associate with unscrupulous people, it is best to behave unscrupulously."
"Something you know all about, I'm sure," I said, only half in jest.
"Come now, darling. You see that he was inclined to be much friendlier when he thought we were on an illicit errand."
"That is not to his credit," I replied, though he was pleasant enough once he had relaxed his guard. "If only someone will try to sell him Mrs. Barrington's pin or bracelet."
"If I spread it about that I'm looking for that particular piece, I think it will reach the right person eventually. I'm a trifle optimistic, perhaps, but then again, you know I'm inclined to be lucky."
That was an understatement. Milo lived a charmed life. Everything he touched seemed to bend to his will and yield excellent results. Except perhaps our marriage. "You gave him your real name," I said, recalling that Mr. Gibbs had addressed him as Mr. Ames.
"Certainly. Do you expect I carry cards about with a false name on them?"
"I wouldn't be surprised." He was unruffled by my cynicism.
"It's not a bad idea, actually. Alas, I hadn't the foresight to have them made up. I will have to suffer aspersions cast upon the humble name of Ames."
He gave me a challenging look.
"It's not as though I'm unaccustomed to it."
If he was expecting sympathy from me, he was sadly mistaken. He had made his bed and he could lie in it, although I didn't particularly care for the metaphor in this instance.
"Shall we try a few more shops?"
Milo asked, drawing my thoughts back to the task at hand. I wavered for only a moment. I didn't quite know how we had gone from talk of divorce to an amiable partnership in the space of one morning, but I supposed it wouldn't hurt to continue our search for the brooch. "Very well," I relented, "only if you'll stop talking incessantly about your wife." We had no better luck with any of the other shops we visited, but Milo left his card at several establishments. It was fortunate that Mrs. Barrington's Eiffel Tower pin was so distinctive a piece, for I suspected it would be much easier to identify than either her missing necklace or bracelet. With any luck, one of the pieces would eventually come into the possession of one of the shopkeepers we had visited. Milo had made it very plain that anyone who came across them would be richly rewarded. I hoped this would induce someone to contact us. "I think we've visited enough shops for now," I said at last. I had had enough of playing Mary. As much fun as she was, I was ready to go back to being myself. It was much less exhausting. It seemed that he had read my thoughts, for he said, "As charming as Mary is, you are infinitely preferable." He was being suspiciously sweet-tempered, and I had the distinct feeling that he was up to something. "Will you have lunch with me?" he asked as we approached the car. I considered. We had been behaving very prettily towards one another all morning, and I saw no reason why we shouldn't have lunch together. In fact, I was, against my better judgment, rather inclined to be hopeful about his sudden appearance. That he had not absconded to France seemed to bode well for his willingness to work towards some sort of resolution. "Let's go back to the flat," I said. "I don't want to be seen in public looking like this. Besides, Winelda was dreadfully worried that I should be abducted or slashed to bits by Jack the Ripper."
"If I thought she had the remotest chance of being able to deter you from your ridiculous schemes, I should be quite put out with Winelda for allowing you to run about unaccompanied. As it is, I must acknowledge that it's impossible to stop you from doing just as you please."
It seemed to me that despite the levity of his words, there was some deeper meaning in them. "It's not always impossible," I said softly. His eyes met mine, but he said no more about it. Back at the flat, Winelda was overjoyed to find that I had not been seized by fiendish persons in the course of my pursuits. I think that she refrained from hugging me by only the slimmest of margins. "Oh, I'm ever so relieved that Mr. Ames was there to look after you, madam." She must have seen my eyebrows rise, for she added quickly, "Not that you're not very well able to take care of yourself. I'll just see to lunch now, shall I?"
I changed into a dress with a pink and lavender floral print, wiping the remainder of the heavy makeup from my face. Then Milo and I enjoyed a companionable luncheon, our discussion always returning to various aspects of the case. There was, I sensed, something just below the surface, but neither of us seemed in a hurry to bring that particular conversation to light. I knew, of course, that we couldn't just go on sweeping things under the rug. There were so many things there already that the rug barely touched the floor anymore. "We didn't really learn anything today," I said, pushing my plate away. "I will confess that I had hoped we would be able to find the jewellery. I suppose it was ridiculous for me to expect to solve the crime in one morning's work." "Patience, darling. It may turn up yet. Besides, you enjoyed it, didn't you?"
"It was rather exciting," I admitted.
"And Mary is so very fetching."
His eyes moved over me.
"I suspect you would look rather alluring in a maid's uniform."
I frowned at him as Winelda cleared away our plates, and we rose from the table and went into the sitting room. Milo sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette.
"What now, my lovely?" he asked. "Shall we infiltrate a smuggling ring or some such thing this afternoon?"
"Oh, I'm afraid I must be getting ready to go soon." I had suddenly remembered that I was engaged to dine with Lord Dunmore, and I was surprised to find that I very much wished I wasn't. What would have pleased me most just then would have been to remain at home with Milo, sharing a quiet dinner and discussing the case. I knew, however, that I could not, for a number of reasons.
"I take it, then, that you're not going to invite me to stay for dinner,"
he said lightly, though it seemed that his gaze had grown more intent. I wondered if I was looking suspicious. I was normally very good at hiding my feelings, but Milo had a way of seeing beneath my facades. I hesitated. "I have a dinner engagement." His look was definitely intent now, even as he sat back in his chair, his relaxed posture indicating he hadn't a care in the world.
"With whom?"
he asked. I had thought initially that I would be pleased to inform him that I had dinner plans with Lord Dunmore. However, after the camaraderie we had shared today, I found myself suddenly reluctant to tell him. Milo had never been jealous, but something told me he would not approve, and I was hesitant to upset the delicate balance. "Oh, just a friend," I said lightly. The corner of his mouth tipped up.
"Amory, darling, there's something you're not telling me."
It wasn't a question. I found myself irritated by the way he could see past my pretences so easily when it was always impossible for me to read him. I sighed. "Oh, it's no great secret. If you must know, I'm dining with Lord Dunmore." I was surprised at the annoyance that he allowed to cross his face. He was normally so very closed that I hadn't expected him to reveal his true feelings on the subject.
"I'd rather you didn't,"
he said calmly, and I was again surprised. Milo seldom took any interest in my affairs. In fact, I could not remember an instance where he had told me he'd rather I didn't about anything. "I don't see any harm in it," I replied, throwing back at him the words he had used about his drink with Hélène Renaud. His eyes came up to mine, and I felt suddenly that we had been standing on the edge of a precipice all day, and we were now leaning precariously close to the edge. This was not going to end well. I could sense it.
"Amory, whatever is going on between us, Dunmore is not the sort of person you should toy with."
I sighed. "For pity's sake, Milo, I'm not a child."
"No, you're certainly not. You're a beautiful woman, and Dunmore's taken notice of it. I know he puts up a good front, but he is not what he appears to be, Amory."
I might have thought his concern touching under other circumstances. As it was, I found it ludicrous that he should lecture me on the company I was keeping. "You don't think I know that?" I answered lightly. "His charm is much more transparent than yours, Milo. I can tell when he is in earnest and when he's not. In any event, I don't think you're in much of a position to quibble about my choice of dinner companions, do you?" There was no malice in the words, only simple fact. But I knew as soon as I said them that they might not have been the right thing to say. I saw his jaw clench, and then he mastered himself, the familiar look of indifference falling over his handsome features.
"You're certainly entitled to do as you please, darling. By all means, dine with Lord Dunmore. I hope you enjoy yourself."
He went out of the room before I could reply, and a moment later I heard the front door close behind him. I dropped into a chair and rubbed a hand across my face. I felt that somehow I had lost the bit of ground we might have made up this morning. It seemed that no matter what I did, things only got worse. Lord Dunmore arrived punctually to collect me for dinner. I wore a gown of aubergine satin, and he was all smiles and profuse compliments, looking as dashing as ever in his evening clothes.
"I must confess, I was a bit afraid you'd cancel our engagement this evening,"
he said as he helped me into my coat. "Why should I do that?"
"I've heard that you've been keeping company with your husband. I thought he might have dissuaded you."
"Milo doesn't dictate my social schedule," I said lightly. I turned to tell Winelda that I should not be home too late. She was nowhere to be seen, however. She had made a very concentrated effort to stay out of the way, and I found myself wondering what she was thinking. I had no doubt that she disapproved. She was my staunchest supporter, but I rather suspected she was also very much a devotee of my husband. In general, Milo's good looks made it difficult for women to hold things against him for long. Unfortunately, I knew this from personal experience.
"Shall we?"
Lord Dunmore asked, offering me his arm. We went down in the lift and out to his long, shining car. "Where are we dining?" I asked.
"It's a little place called French's," he said. "Not very well known, but it's a favourite of mine."
"It sounds delightful."
"It is. Add to that the charming company, and I think we're going to have a wonderful evening."
I tried to fight my misgivings. Despite the fact I was dining with Lord Dunmore as a means to an end, I felt somehow that it was poor behaviour on my part to do so. After all, Milo had obviously been making an attempt to patch things up between us, and I couldn't help but feel that this dinner would only make things worse. Then again, it was not as though there was anything wrong in it. I had made my feelings very clear to Lord Dunmore. It would be rude of me to cry off, and if I had done so, it was very likely he would not agree to using the Dunmore diamond as bait. Besides, I thought Milo had worried for naught. I could sense nothing in Lord Dunmore's behaviour that was inappropriate. I had intimated to him that I wanted only to be friends, and he seemed to have accepted it. The distance between us on the seat was proper, and the conversation never strayed into uncomfortable territory. I had never heard of French's. It was located on a quiet street in Covent Garden, and I was somehow glad that there would be less chance of us being spotted together by people that I knew. Despite my assertions to Milo that I should be free to do as I chose, I didn't want to cause any more waves than I already had. The restaurant was, despite its name, done in the rustic Italian style, with dark wood, beamed ceilings, and brick arches creating little alcoves for more intimate dining. It was to one of these alcoves that we were ushered by the enthusiastic maitre d' upon our arrival. "Ah, Lord Dunmore," he said. "I am so pleased to see you again."
"It's good to see you again, Antoine."
"We have been waiting for you to visit us again, and you have brought a friend with you this time," he said, turning to me with a bright smile.
"Enchanté, mademoiselle."
"Good evening," I said. "So Lord Dunmore has brought a woman this time." It was all very smoothly done. Lord Dunmore must have taken many women here for Antoine to be so very well versed in the script. "Well," I said, when we had placed our orders from an extensive menu, "have you thought any more about using the Dunmore diamond to catch the thief?"
"Straight to business, aren't you, Amory?" he said with a smile. "I admire forthrightness in a woman."
"It would mean so much to Mrs. Barrington. Even if she's wrong in her suspicions, at least we will have tried."
"You don't think this is a matter best left to the police?"
I hesitated, unwilling to let him know how closely associated with the police I was. "I'm sure they are doing what they can," I answered. "But the thief won't be as wary of us." He leant forward a bit, his arms resting on the table.
"Would it mean a lot to you?"
"Yes," I said, "it would."
"Then we'll do it."
I smiled, surprised at how quickly he had capitulated. "Now we've only to determine how we shall work it."
"Let's not talk about that now," he said with a wave of his hand. "There'll be plenty of time for business later. For now, I'm interested in pleasure."
"Very well," I replied a bit warily. "What shall we talk about?" He shrugged.
"Whatever you like."
In that case, I might as well steer the conversation along the lines of the mystery. "May I ask you something?" He smiled.
"Of course."
"Who do you think might have had reason to murder Mr. Harker?" I had hoped to see some sign of guilt or secret knowledge, but what I saw was something very like boredom.
"I haven't the faintest idea."
I was a bit surprised at the apparent carelessness in his answer. After all, the man had been killed in Lord Dunmore's house. I would have thought the problem would present a bit more interest to him. Besides, Mrs. Garmond had told me that he seemed very upset about the matter. Why should he feign complete indifference with me? "Well, surely you must have some idea," I said. He regarded me from across the table, trying to determine, I suppose, why I should suddenly appear so interested.
"I had forgotten that business you were involved in at the seashore," he said suddenly, comprehension dawning. "So you fancy yourself a detective, do you?"
I wasn't certain I cared for the condescension in his tone, but I was determined not to let him see my annoyance. Instead, I affected a bit of embarrassment. "I'm afraid you found me out, my lord. I do love a good mystery, and I thought, perhaps with a bit of pondering, I might be able to figure out why someone would have wished to kill him." My ploy seemed to have worked, for he smiled indulgently.
"I must say, you're very charming when you've set your mind to something."
"I'm just curious." I returned his smile, not wanting to give him the impression of how involved I truly was. He sat back in his seat and appeared to consider it.
"I really couldn't say why anyone would want to kill James Harker. He was a bore, perhaps, but a harmless enough fellow. If I had to choose who might have done it, however, I suppose I would pick one of the Eccles girls." He said this in a casual way as he picked up his wineglass, and my brows shot up in surprise. "Really? What makes you say so?" "Who knows? Jealousy, perhaps? I believe they were all mad about each other and didn't quite know how to work it out."
This was an interesting perspective indeed. "I saw Mr. Foster with Marjorie Eccles when I dined with the Douglas Hugheses last night. I thought perhaps they were a couple."
"I wouldn't think so. Foster prefers a different type of woman. Marjorie Eccles is well, I shouldn't say such things."
He smiled, as though to disarm the harshness of his words. I wondered briefly if there was more to his comment than he let on. I confess I don't know the Eccles sisters very well. Again, a smile I could not quite interpret. Felicity is a lovely girl, he said, very unlike her sister. There's something vague and slightly eerie about her, though, isn't there? She seems the type that would kill over unrequited love or some such rot. It has been very exciting meeting Mr. Foster. One doesn't often encounter such celebrity. It seemed that, just for an instant, something like irritation flashed across his eyes, but it was gone so swiftly that I could not be entirely sure it had even been there at all. Were you at Wimbledon the year he lost? He asked. Yes, I answered, thinking it was somewhat petty of him to mention one crushing loss among a sea of victories. That was unfortunate. He smiled. Misfortune for some is fortune for others. Yes, I suppose so, I replied. The waiter arrived then with our food, and I had a moment to contemplate what Lord Dunmore had told me. Was it possible that he was right? Had one or even both of the Eccles sisters been involved in the murder? I hadn't placed them high on my list of suspects, but they couldn't be ruled out. I would need to find a way to talk to them again as soon as possible. Chapter 24. The food at French's was excellent, and as we ate, the conversation shifted to less morbid things. I found Lord Dunmore to be intelligent, witty, and very well informed. Yet for all that, some part of me was on guard. I didn't know if it was the murder, Milo's warning, or some instinct of my own. I only knew that I seemed to sense something superficial about his friendliness, and for some reason I did not feel completely at ease. It's too early for me to take you home, he said, when we had finished, and he called for Antoine to settle our bill. It's not so very early, I pointed out. Nonetheless, we had not yet discussed the particulars of how we would use the Dunmore diamond to lure the thief, and I supposed a late night would be the cost of his agreeing to such a scheme. Come, Mrs. Ames, the evening is young. There is a great deal of fun left to be had. The way in which he said this made me slightly wary, but an idea had come to me suddenly, perhaps a way to accomplish two things at once. There is a nightclub I've heard a bit about, I told him. It's called the Sparrow. It seemed that surprise flickered across his face. The Sparrow, he repeated. I shouldn't have pictured you in a place like that, Mrs. Ames. The words sounded ominous, and I wondered if perhaps the Sparrow was not the sort of establishment I had imagined. Is it a sordid place? I asked. I don't know much about it. I only heard that it was popular with some of my friends. Not sordid, he said, only perhaps a bit more lively than the places you are accustomed to. I've not been there often, but I understand many of our mutual acquaintances have been known to frequent it, including the Eccles girls, Mr. Harker, and even Mr. Foster. Well, perhaps we'll see them there tonight, I said with a smile. I'd very much like to see it. I'm not afraid of a little excitement. This seemed to amuse him. No? Well, neither am I. In fact, I think that sounds like a rather enjoyable way to spend an evening. It's not far from here, in fact. Shall we go? We walked into the Sparrow not half an hour later, and I could see at once that Lord Dunmore's assessment had been correct. The nightclub was not the sort of place I was accustomed to frequenting. Once inside, we were engulfed in the thick, smoky atmosphere. The lights were dim, and the music being played by a large band at the front of the room was cacophonous. A great many couples moved about the dance floor, and most of the dances were, to say the least, unfamiliar to me. The nightclubs Milo and I frequented tended to be much more reserved, and though Milo was, to put it politely, much more adventurous than I suspected this place would have been beneath his notice as well. It lacked the elegant recklessness of some of the more popular night spots, and seemed somehow shabby instead. I was most definitely out of my milieu. Lord Dunmore, it seemed, felt no such qualms. In fact, he seemed very much at home. He took my arm, and we threaded through the crowded tables, raucous laughter breaking out around us, almost indistinguishable in the din. The air smelt very strongly of alcohol and stale perfume. I wished now that I hadn't been so hasty in suggesting that we come here.
"I've seen someone I must say hello to," he told me. "I'll find you in a moment."
Lord Dunmore's grip on my arm loosened, and then he had disappeared into the crowd. I took a moment to get my bearings. Perhaps I was too old for such frivolity. But I noticed that several of the women around me looked a good deal older than me, though they were certainly making valiant attempts to hide it. I tried to see where Lord Dunmore had gone, but the crowd and inadequate lighting, not to mention the haze of cigarette smoke, made it difficult to see much of anything. I began making my way through the crowds in hopes of finding some inconspicuous spot where I could await his return. I didn't expect that there would be much to be learnt here after all, and I was rather anxious that he should take me home. I wondered what Milo would think of all this when I told him. Then I remembered that he was cross with me and would likely be very disinterested in anything that I should have to say about this evening. I refused an offer to dance, and 2 much less polite offers by the time I neared the perimeter of the room. Then I turned around, and as luck would have it, bumped directly into one of the suspects I had been hoping to encounter. "Hello, Miss Eccles," I said, as brightly as I could manage. It was Felicity, the younger sister. She was wearing a wrinkled gown of gold lame, and her face, already pale, seemed to grow paler as she realised who I was. "Oh." She looked at me with her wide, vague eyes. "Mrs. Ames, isn't it?" The glass in her hand was nearly empty, and it occurred to me to wonder how much she had had to drink, for she seemed to sway slightly on her feet. I fought the urge to reach out and steady her. "How have you been?" I asked, keeping up the pretence of polite conversation, which was difficult considering I fairly had to shout to be heard. "Dreadful." She drained the remainder of the liquid from her glass and then looked at me again. "That is to say, I've been all right. How are you, Mrs. Ames?" "The murder upset me quite a lot," I told her. It appeared my comment had struck home, for her eyes filled at once with tears. I should have known better than to speak so bluntly, but I had been hoping to trigger some sort of response. This was not what I had hoped for. "Oh, it's all so very dreadful," she said, covering her face with her free hand, her shoulders shaking. "I'm sorry, dear," I said. I took a handkerchief from my handbag and handed it to her, while taking one arm and ushering her to an unoccupied seat in the corner. She sat heavily in a chair, and I took her glass and then sat at the table beside her. "I didn't mean to upset you," I told her sincerely. I hadn't foreseen this reaction, and I felt bad now for having spoken so callously of the death of the man to whom she had been rumoured to be attached. I glanced around for some sign of Marjorie. She would know better than I how to comfort her sister. "It's just that I feel so sorry about poor James," Felicity sobbed. "He was so very sweet, and it was so cruel what happened to him." "Yes, we're all very sad about that," I agreed. "He was always a gentleman," she said. "No matter what anyone says about him, he was always a gentleman." To my knowledge, no one had ever accused him of being otherwise. "Were you on good terms with him?" I asked. "Did I love him, do you mean?" she asked with disarming frankness. "No, I didn't. Not really, anyway. Not in the romantic sense. But he was very kind to Marjorie and me." "It must be hard to lose such a good friend," I said. She reached for her glass and I handed it to her despite the fact that it was empty. She lifted it to her lips and then set it down sadly. "It's all gone," she told me. "Yes, dear. Perhaps some water." She shook her head, her blonde curls bouncing. "I never thought that it would come to that he would be killed." "I'm sure no one did." "He didn't mean it," she said. "I'm sure he didn't." "Who didn't mean what?" I asked. It seemed for just a moment that her gaze cleared ever so slightly and she seemed aware of what she had just said. "What are you doing here?" she asked suddenly. "This isn't your type of place, Mrs. Ames." Lord Dunmore told me that several of our mutual acquaintances enjoyed coming here, including Mr. Harker and Mr. Foster. We decided to drop by and see if there was anyone here we knew. She looked at me, her eyes wide. Is he here? Yes, we've just come from having dinner. Her eyes darted behind me, searching the crowd. You shouldn't. He isn't. Don't trust him, Mrs. Ames. He's dangerous. I was surprised by the alarm in her expression. I'll certainly keep that in mind. I'd better go before he comes, she said, and there was something very much like fear in her voice. I'm sure there's no need to be alarmed, I said soothingly. She had obviously had too much to drink if the presence of Lord Dunmore put her in such a state. I turned to see if I could spot him anywhere in the room. When I turned back, I was startled to see Felicity Eccles was gone. She had disappeared into the crowd. A moment later, Lord Dunmore found me.
Enjoying yourself?
Not especially, I admitted. I was suddenly tired and I didn't want to be in this place any longer.
It is a bit exuberant, I suppose.
As if to confirm this, a row of scantily clad chorus girls made their way out onto the floor, warbling a song at the top of their lungs. I turned to look at him. Would you take me home now?
Are you certain you don't want a drink? He asked.
Thank you, no.
We haven't even had a chance to dance yet.
I wouldn't think you'd enjoy dancing in a place like this, I said frankly. I was hard-pressed to picture the elegant Viscount Dunmore moving about the dance floor to the somewhat frantic jazz tune the band had begun to play. His eyes caught mine and held, a small smile forming on his lips.
Perhaps not, but I would enjoy having you in my arms.
I'm afraid my ankle is not quite healed in any event, I replied, though in truth it had nearly ceased to trouble me at all.
Of course, well, if you're ready, I'm quite willing.
He put his hand on my elbow and we walked towards the door. I couldn't seem to get my mind off what Felicity Eccles had said. How strange it was that Lord Dunmore should have implicated the Eccles sisters, and Felicity Eccles should have warned me against him. There couldn't be anything serious in it. Dangerous could have more than one definition. I couldn't believe that Lord Dunmore was involved in James Harker's death. Then again, I was well aware of the loosening effect alcohol had on the tongue. Perhaps she had been willing to tell me something that she might not have under other circumstances. The thought was certainly not a pleasant one, as I once again slid into the cool back seat of Lord Dunmore's automobile.
Are you sure you want to go home?
Lord Dunmore asked, as the car pulled onto the busy streets. Although the hour was growing late, the London nightlife was just beginning to come alive. I couldn't help but wonder where Milo might be. This time of night was when he was most in his element, and that was not an especially comforting thought.
There are any number of other nightclubs we could visit, you know. Or we could go to a jazz club if you like music.
He was sitting very close on the seat, so close that I could feel the warmth coming off him. I was not, as a general rule, uneasy when I found myself alone with a gentleman, but there was something about his nearness that was making me slightly uncomfortable. It was as though my body was picking up some subtle signal that my mind had not yet interpreted. I wondered how much of it had to do with what Felicity Eccles had told me. Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather tired.
Might I ask you an impertinent question, Amory?
He said suddenly. I was a bit afraid of what it might be, but I nodded. If you like.
Where exactly do things stand with you and your husband?
I hesitated. I wasn't certain where this conversation was leading, but I didn't wish to appear rude by refusing to answer him. Things are a bit complicated at the moment, I said at last.
Perhaps you're not sure what you want. Perhaps I can help you figure it out.
His fingers were caressing my arm in a slow, hypnotic movement. I felt a shift in the atmosphere. I don't think... I was trying to determine how best to play this, but he moved rather quickly, and it was difficult to find the counter-moves.
Why don't you come back to my house for a drink?
He said in a low voice. Thank you, but no.
I heard that you were out to dinner with your husband last night, he said, his fingers still on my arm. Trying to keep up pretenses?
Milo and I are not on unfriendly terms. I felt somehow that I didn't want to share any more than I had to. There was something slightly intrusive in his questions and his behaviour.
I've always taken Ames for an intelligent man. If so, I assume he's trying to make up for his indiscretions.
There are just a few matters that need to be settled between us, I said carefully. Lord Dunmore smiled.
In the meantime, perhaps you'd like to take advantage of your freedom.
He was leaning closer, and it seemed that in a moment he would try to kiss me. He was handsome, attentive, and very sure of himself, but I wasn't even slightly tempted. Despite what Milo may or may not have done, I had absolutely no desire to engage in an affair of my own, with Lord Dunmore or anyone else. You promised to discuss the use of the Dunmore diamond with me, my lord, I said, hoping my very obvious change of subject would halt his advances. A knowing smile flickered across his face, and by some subtle shift of posture, he contrived to ease the intensity that had been so apparent only a moment before.
I think you should wear it to the ball, he said.
This I hadn't expected. Oh, I don't know if that is a good idea.
It would look lovely on you, and you can arrange to set it somewhere as a trap at some point in the evening.
I found it surprising how he spoke of a priceless heirloom as some trinket to be tossed about at will. Nevertheless, the idea was not entirely without merit. Yes, I suppose that might work, I said. I shall think it over.
Certainly, he smiled. Call on me before the party if you like. I'll give it to you to wear.
I was relieved to see we had arrived back at my building. You needn't see me to my door, I said, hoping he would take the hint. To his credit, he did not insist.
Very well, I'll leave you here then. You'll be in touch about our other arrangements, I suppose.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for a lovely evening, Lord Dunmore.
Alexander, he corrected, taking my hand in his.
Alexander, I repeated with a smile. Good night.
Good night, Amory.
He squeezed my hand. Then he turned and got back into his car. I watched it pull away before turning towards the door, feeling very much relieved. The evening had not gone exactly as I had expected, but I still felt that I had learnt a few things. I stopped in the lobby before going to the lift. Although I was tired, I somehow dreaded going back to the dark, quiet flat. Winelda had gone to bed long ago, and I wished there was someone to talk to. I was trying to fool myself, of course. I knew perfectly well that I was making excuses to go and see Milo. It was intensely irritating to me that I should want to talk to him at all, given everything that had happened between us of late. Nevertheless, I was perfectly aware that I would break down, so I might as well just go and see him. I went back outside and hailed a cab. Chapter 25. The Ritz lobby was busy despite the hour, with people in evening dress coming and going along the brightly lit hall, their footsteps muted by the dark rugs. I could hear faint strains of music drifting from the direction of the dining room, where guests were no doubt enjoying a carefree evening of after-dinner dancing. For some reason it recalled the early days of my marriage. We had been very young and carefree then, and I had loved nothing more than floating about the room in Milo's arms. Brushing away my growing nostalgia, I walked towards the lift. It occurred to me suddenly, however, that I probably should have telephoned to warn him of my arrival. In fact, I began to wonder if I had been foolish in coming here. After all, Milo might not want to talk to me at all. Just because we had enjoyed engaging in subterfuge together this afternoon didn't mean that everything was all right between us. There was also the possibility he might not be there. There were any number of ways he might have chosen to spend his evening while I spent mine with Lord Dunmore. An even worse possibility than a night on the town occurred to me. He might very well be in his room and entertaining. I felt vaguely sick at the idea that Hélène Renaud or some other woman might be there now. I hesitated for just a moment, and then I turned and approached the front desk.
"May I help you, madam?" asked the man who stood behind it.
"Can you tell me if Mr. Ames is in? He's in the Trafalgar suite." He didn't hesitate.
"Mr. Ames is still in the dining room, madam,"
he said, indicating the direction I should take. I thought of asking if Milo was alone, but decided against it. I could find that out for myself. I made my way to the dining room, admiring, as I always did, the elegant opulence of it. It was a beautiful room, glowing golden in the night. The elaborate frescoes, heavy draped curtains, and soft lighting in the gilded chandeliers that hung from high ceilings gave the large room a feeling of warmth and intimacy. Laughter and the soft murmur of conversation mingled with the clinking of glasses, and I couldn't help but contrast the quiet elegance of this place with the cacophony of the Sparrow. I spotted Milo at a table near the dance floor, and was immensely relieved to see that he was alone. His brows rose when he saw me, and he stood as I approached the table. He was dressed in spotless evening attire, and I felt a little pang. In some cruel twist of fate, he always seemed most handsome when things were the worst between us. "Hello, Milo," I said.
"Good evening," he replied politely.
We stood there for a moment, looking at one another. "May I join you?" I asked at last. He pulled out a chair and motioned with exaggerated courtesy for me to sit.
"To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" he asked, taking the chair across from me.
He didn't sound as though my answer would be of any particular interest to him. His dinner plates had been cleared away, but he was drinking a glass of wine, and his fingers toyed with the stem. "I wanted you to see that I had arrived home in one piece," I said.
"I'm gratified to learn that you escaped your evening unscathed."
"Lord Dunmore was—" I began to say a perfect gentleman, but that was not exactly the case. Milo noticed my hesitation. "Very pleasant."
"Did he kiss you?"
He asked this casually, as though he was not questioning his wife about her behaviour with another man. "No, of course not," I replied irritably.
"Did he try to?"
I paused. I wanted very much to lie to my husband, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. "Not exactly," I said. His eyes met mine.
"I knew perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to resist you, darling."
"But I didn't allow him to kiss me," I said. My meaning was implied. I had resisted Lord Dunmore's advances, while Milo had been caught kissing Hélène Renaud.
"But if a photographer had been present in that moment when he tried, it might, in fact, have been interpreted as more than it was."
I sighed. He had a point. However, I was very hesitant to admit it. No matter how well he presented his arguments, I still didn't know if I believed him. That was the maddening part. No matter how much I wanted to trust him, there was always some part of me that found it impossible to do so. He was watching me as these ideas flashed through my head, and I couldn't help but feel as though he was reading my thoughts.
"Do you want something to drink?" he asked. "Coffee, perhaps?"
I was prepared to decline, but in truth, a cup of coffee sounded wonderful. "That would be lovely, thank you." I think he had thought I would turn him down, for though it may have been wishful thinking, he almost looked pleased. He motioned to the waiter and placed the order before turning back to me. He appeared perfectly at ease, but there was something watchful about him. "I learnt a few interesting things this evening," I said, more to fill the silence than anything else. I went to the Sparrow."
"Did you?"
"You don't sound surprised."
"Do you expect me to be? It's perfectly obvious you revel in doing things I warn you against."
I couldn't tell whether or not he was jesting with me, so I ignored him. "I ran into Felicity Eccles, and she was quite drunk. She said some rather interesting things." He waited. "For one thing, she warned me against Lord Dunmore. She said he is dangerous." Milo's brow rose ever so slightly, and I could detect the faintest hint of derision on his features. "She seems genuinely afraid of him. I wonder if she believes he might have killed James Harker. She also said, 'He didn't mean it. I'm sure he didn't. But she wouldn't say of whom she was speaking. I thought she might mean Mr. Harker, but it doesn't really make sense, and if not him, does that mean she knows who the killer is?
It's all very interesting,
Milo said blandly. And Lord Dunmore thinks one of the Eccles sisters might have done it. He seems to believe that there was some sort of love triangle transpiring, and one of them might have killed Mr. Harker out of jealousy. It seems a bit ridiculous to me, but I suppose it's always a possibility.
Indeed.
It's not much, I admitted. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. Oh, it doesn't feel as though we're getting anywhere. I can only hope that something will happen with the Dunmore diamond.
The Dunmore diamond?
Milo repeated. The waiter arrived at that moment with my coffee, and I had a moment to decide how to answer. I had not yet revealed this part of the plan to Milo, and I was not at all certain he would be receptive to it. There was no going back now, however. Yes, I said, when the waiter had gone. Lord Dunmore has agreed to use the Dunmore diamond as bait at the ball on Sunday. It may prove the perfect opportunity to catch the killer. Milo seemed extremely unimpressed.
I think you'd be better off letting the police do the dirty work, don't you? After all, Inspector Jones gets paid to do that sort of thing.
I ignored this bit of scepticism and took a sip of my coffee. I think it's an excellent plan.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
There was something vaguely like sarcasm in Milo's tone, but I decided to overlook it. We'll make a show of the diamond, I said purposefully, neglecting to mention that Lord Dunmore intended for me to wear it. Then I will relate to each of the suspects that we've set it down somewhere. If the thief was desperate enough to commit murder, there is every chance he or she will be willing to risk being caught for a piece of such magnitude. Milo seemed to consider this.
It might work, he said, in theory. But I don't see how you'll convince the killer to believe that Lord Dunmore would be so careless with the diamond.
It's worth a try, isn't it?
If you say so, darling.
I just wish I could be certain that the thief is the killer, I said. I keep coming back to the idea that Mr. Harker surprised the thief in some way and was killed to ensure his silence. But his confronting the thief seems to go against what we've learnt of his personality.
I would not have taken him for a confident man, Milo said.
No. I frowned as his words sank in. You're right. Then what was he doing with the paste jewels from the bracelet? And the gun? And furthermore, where is the rest of the bracelet?
All very good questions.
There is, of course, the possibility that Lord Dunmore is either the thief or the killer, and it was a mistake to take him into my confidence. I thought it a risk worth taking, however, for even if he is guilty, he will be less on his guard, thinking he is taking part in the trap.
You don't mean you allow that your Lord Dunmore might possibly not be the gallant gentleman that he seems?
Oh, for pity's sake, Milo, I sighed. You're not going to develop a jealous streak now.
Certainly not.
His eyes met mine.
After all, I may not have the right to that particular honour for much longer. Although I must admit I thought I'd merit a better replacement than Dunmore.
He was trying to make me angry, and he'd succeeded. Certainly, I retorted. After all, if I wanted flattery and lies, I could get them from you.
Do you still believe that I am having an affair with Hélène Renaud?
His eyes met mine and held. I wanted so very much to tell him no, but I just wasn't sure. I never knew what was true and what wasn't. I don't know.
Have you made up your mind about divorcing me?
Milo, do we have to talk about this now?
Yes,
he said. I sighed. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to divorce you. But I meant what I said. I can't go on with things as they are.
I'm not going to try to stop you, if it's what you want.
Is it what you want? I asked softly.
Certainly not. I'm very happy being married to you, Amory.
It was almost laughable how very polite we were being to one another. But I didn't feel like laughing. In fact, the knot in my throat made it impossible to speak.
Dance with me,
he said suddenly. He stood and held his hand out. I wavered. Milo, I don't think...
There's no harm in it,
he said, that familiar enchanter's smile flickering at the corners of his mouth.
It's only a dance, darling.
It was more than that. We both knew it. I recognised too well that look in his eyes, the glint of intensity that appeared when he had made up his mind to accomplish something. My instincts warned me that it would be better not to give him the opportunity to put his arms around me, for I was infuriatingly susceptible to him at close distances. My head and my heart were at war, and I found my head was much too tired for the fight. I took his hand and allowed him to lead me to the dance floor. He turned to me, his eyes meeting mine, before his arms went around me, pulling me against him. And just like that, it seemed the room and the other couples around us faded away until it was only us and the music. As we moved across the floor, lost in the gentle sway of the music, I was very aware of the weight of his hand on my back, of the warm pressure of his body against me. My face close to his, I could smell the subtle, spicy scent of his aftershave mingling with the starch of his collar.
Do you remember that night in Paris? He asked.
Yes, I whispered. I knew just the night he meant. It had been the last night of our honeymoon, and the sort of thing that fairy tales were made of. We had danced until after midnight to the slow, heady strains of the orchestra, and then we had taken a moonlight stroll along the banks of the Seine. I clung to his arm as we walked, and I had thought, in the naivety of youthful bliss, that the glow of lights in the rippling water seemed like a reflection of my happiness. We had stopped on a bridge, and I leant against the balustrade, looking up. "I'm so very happy," I told him. He had looked at me intently, his eyes moving over my face as though he had never quite seen me before.
"You're so beautiful,"
he said, and there was something in his voice that was different from his normal murmured endearments.
"I adore you, Amory."
He had leant to kiss me then, and the love that surged through me had been almost dizzying. Looking back, I didn't know if I had ever been happier than I was in that moment. Even now, our marriage crumbling beneath us, I felt the ghostly flutter of that euphoric moment in my stomach. Milo, as always, had known just what to say, what I would feel at the mention of that night. I think that was what I both loved and hated most about him, how easily he could make me forget all the things I needed to remember, and remember what I wanted to forget.
"You're just as lovely tonight as you were then," he said. "Lovelier."
If possible, he pulled me more tightly against him.
"It's impossible for me to hold you like this without remembering."
My heart had begun to beat madly, and I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. I didn't trust myself to answer. I knew I was dangerously close to losing myself in his hypnotic seduction.
"Come upstairs,"
he said in a low voice in my ear.
"Spend the night with me, Amory."
I closed my eyes. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to relent, to forget everything except how much I loved him. Some part of me knew that if I did, nothing would change. And I couldn't do it. I could not let things go on as they had always done. I stepped back suddenly, cool air rushing in to take the place of his warmth against me. "I can't, Milo," I said, and my voice sounded strained.
"Why not?"
He still held my hand in his thumb caressing my palm. "Do you want the truth?"
"Of course."
I looked down at my hand in his, and then I gently pulled it away. "For things to work between us, I need you to behave as my husband, to show that you care, not only when it's convenient or you're in danger of losing me." "I love you desperately, Milo," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes, threatening to spill over. "But I'm not sure I can trust you. And sometimes, love just isn't enough." Chapter 26. I awoke with a heavy feeling in my chest, the sort of thing that befitted the broken-hearted heroines of the radio dramas my life was rapidly beginning to resemble. But there was nothing to be done about that at the moment. I had made myself very clear to Milo. It was up to him to make up his mind. After a breakfast of toast and coffee, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. Lord Dunmore's ball was tomorrow, and I needed to start putting things in order. My romantic difficulties could wait until afterwards. I had just finished dressing in a light wool suit of pale blue over an ivory crepe de chine blouse with a flounced collar when I heard the telephone ring. I refused to hope that it was Milo calling. Since I was not expecting it, I was not disappointed when Winelda came to say that Inspector Jones was on the line. I was rather glad to hear it, in fact. Now that I had come up with a plan for catching the killer, I had only to convince the inspector that it was a worthwhile endeavour.
"Good morning, Mrs. Ames," he said as I picked up the telephone. "I hope I'm not disturbing you?"
"Not at all, Inspector. I was hoping to hear from you, in fact. I've something I'd like to talk to you about."
"How fortunate. I was wondering if you would like to have tea with me this afternoon. Do you know Lyon's Corner House in Piccadilly?"
"Certainly," I said readily, very glad he hadn't suggested tea at the Ritz.
"Very good. I'll see you at 4.
He rang off without further ado. He certainly hadn't been talkative, but that was not particularly unusual. I wondered why he had decided not to come by the flat this time, but I certainly was not going to quibble over the meeting place. I set the telephone back on the receiver and tried to think of how best to spend my morning. I wasn't entirely sure that Inspector Jones would be receptive to my plan, but I intended to convince him. The second telephone call of the day came shortly after lunch. Once again, it was not Milo.
"Mrs. Ames, you'll never believe it,"
said Mrs. Barrington without preamble as soon as I had picked up the telephone.
"I found my Eiffel Tower pin. It was in the trinket box on the mantelpiece."
This was a very unexpected development. "I don't understand, Mrs. Barrington," I said when I had recovered from my surprise. "It just appeared there."
"Yes, I've been through the house again and again, and the servants have searched behind me. It wasn't there when last I looked. I'm certain of it."
End of CD 7. CD 8. When did you discover it?
"Just now. I was looking for matches and happened to open the box, and there it was, as blatant as you please. I'm not imagining things, Mrs. Ames. It wasn't here before."
I believed her. Mrs. Barrington was not a silly woman. I was certain she had made a thorough and comprehensive search. That could mean only one thing. Someone must have placed it back in the box. "When did you last make a search?" I asked, hoping that if she could pinpoint the time, it would help us determine who might have had access to the box.
"I've tried to remember that. I think it was the night before the dinner party. I wanted to make one final search before I came to you with my problem."
So she had not looked in the box since that evening at her house. That meant that anyone at the dinner party that night might have slipped it inside when no one was looking. I tried to recall seeing anyone near the fireplace, but I hadn't been paying much attention. "But why should someone have put it back?" I asked.
"I don't know," she answered with a sigh. "I've been trying to figure out who might have done it, but it just doesn't make any sense."
The door buzzer rang and Winelda went to answer it. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Barrington," I said. "There's someone here. Shall I call you back?"
No, that's all right," she said. "I just thought you should know. If I think of anything else, I'll ring you again."
I set the phone down, frowning. Why would someone have stolen something only to put it back? Surely they didn't think the crime would have gone undetected. "A package has come for you, madam," said Winelda, coming away from the door with a brown parcel in her hand. I took the package and opened the attached card. It read,
"I suspected you wouldn't come to collect it, so I've sent it along. I look forward to seeing you wear it. A."
It couldn't be. I removed a flat, midnight blue case from the package and opened it. Winelda and I both stared. Nestled on a bed of black velvet was an enormous oval diamond in a platinum setting, suspended from a chain of diamonds that glittered wildly as if they had been waiting to be exposed to light. The Dunmore diamond. It had already been quite an eventful day by the time I left the flat to meet Inspector Jones for our tea appointment. I had put the Dunmore diamond in the safe, though I still felt a bit uneasy leaving it unattended. I wished that Lord Dunmore hadn't sent it to me in that casual way. The thing was priceless, and he had sent it over wrapped in brown parchment paper. Markham drove me to Piccadilly, and I went inside Lyon's Corner House. It was busy this time of day, the large crowds at the white cloth tables being served by nippies in their black dresses with starched white collars, caps and aprons. The room was large and most of the tables were full, but I spotted Inspector Jones sitting at one of the tables near the long steel food counter, reading a newspaper. I made my way over to him, weaving among the tables. "Hello, Inspector Jones," I said. He had risen to his feet, but I waved him back into his chair. "I'm sorry I've kept you waiting."
"No need to apologise, Mrs. Ames. I appreciate you taking the time to meet me."
Though he was a difficult man to read at times, I had come to be able to detect a certain something in his posture that indicated when he was about to reveal something. There was something he was going to tell me, or, more likely, he was up to something. It seemed my latter supposition was the correct one, for a moment later I heard a familiar voice.
"Well, isn't this a charming reunion?"
I turned to see Milo making his way to our table. I looked back at Inspector Jones, who met my gaze with a pleasant expression. I suddenly understood why he had chosen this neutral meeting place. No doubt he had been keeping tabs on my unravelling marriage, and knew I would be unlikely to meet with him if I knew Milo would be in attendance. I felt I should be a bit angry with him for not telling me my husband would be at tea. Until I heard what he had to say, however, I would grudgingly overlook his underhand tactics. I glanced at Milo, but he was not looking at me.
"Inspector Jones, how nice to see you again,"
he said, by way of greeting. It was polite of him to say so, considering Inspector Jones had suspected that Milo might be guilty of murder when last they had met.
"Thank you for coming, Mr. Ames. How have you been?"
Milo took the seat beside me, his attention still focused on the inspector.
"I'm excellent, thank you. I trust the London air is agreeing with you?" "It's been an adjustment from the seaside," Inspector Jones responded. "I have been enjoying it immensely, however. We've adapted quite readily to life here."
"We? Are you married?" I asked. It had suddenly occurred to me that I knew very little about Inspector Jones. It was silly of me to think so, of course, but it seemed strange somehow that he should have a life outside of his role as a policeman.
"I am. Mrs. Jones is delighted with London."
"And have you any children?"
"Yes, 2 daughters."
He answered the questions willingly enough, but did not elaborate. I suppose that it was against his nature to give more information than he received. The nippy came to our table, and we placed our orders.
"I hear Lord Dunmore is going ahead with his ball tomorrow night," Inspector Jones said when she had gone.
"Yes," I replied warily. Now that I had my own plans for the ball, I hoped Inspector Jones didn't mean to tell me that the police planned to prohibit another event at Dunmore House. It would spoil everything. "Is there any reason that he shouldn't?"
"Aside from the sake of propriety," he replied dryly.
"Well, yes," I admitted. "I think it's rather in poor taste, but you'll admit that societal approval has never been chief among Lord Dunmore's concerns." I didn't dare look at Milo as I said it.
"No, indeed it hasn't,"
Inspector Jones agreed. "If he wants to have another ball, I don't really see what harm it could do." I could hear myself protesting too strenuously, but I couldn't seem to make myself be quiet. It seemed that Inspector Jones's rather searching gaze settled on my face for a moment longer than made me comfortable. With the inspector, I always had the feeling that his mild eyes were boring into my brain and reading all the thoughts I most wanted to keep from him. While this was no doubt an excellent skill for a policeman to have, it always put me a bit out when I was the one from whom unspoken confessions were being pried.
"Are you planning to attend?"
"It's going to be one of the biggest events of the season," I said, dodging the question he was really asking.
"And you, Mr. Ames?" he asked, turning to Milo.
Milo was, as ever, unimpressed with Inspector Jones's interrogations.
I expect Amory will drag me along with her, he answered blandly. I have no patience for bulls, but one must do as one's wife requests. I have often found that to be the case, Inspector Jones agreed pleasantly, before turning his gaze back to me. And I expect you have some sort of plan to catch the killer. My eyes flickered to Milo, and I saw the barest hint of sardonic amusement cross his features. I looked back to the inspector and affected my best innocent expression. Why, Inspector Jones, I don't know what you mean. He was not fooled. Apparently, despite my moderate success with Mr. Gibbs, I was not cut out for the stage. Why don't you tell me what it is that you're planning? You'll agree that things will go better if we work together. I had intended to tell him anyway, knowing it would be beneficial in many ways to operate under the canopy of police sanction. Nevertheless, I felt a bit annoyed that he should have predicted my intentions so correctly. No doubt he had suspected I was plotting something, and that was the reason he had asked me here. Very well, I conceded. It will make things easier if we have a policeman at hand. I'm so glad you think so. There was definite sarcasm in his tone, but I chose to ignore it. I've been thinking that the best way to catch the killer is to lure them with another piece of jewellery, I said. Do you think that it will be as easy as that? There was no derision in his tone, for which I was grateful. I don't know, I confessed, but it seems worth a try, and Lord Dunmore has agreed to provide a piece worth stealing. The Dunmore diamond. Inspector Jones's brows rose. I am unfamiliar with that particular piece, but it sounds most impressive. It's been in the Dunmore family for generations, I believe. The nippy came then with our tea things, a pot of steaming black tea and a tiered platter of little sandwiches, crumpets, tea cakes and shortbread biscuits. Though I had very little appetite, I took a biscuit and nibbled at it half-heartedly. And how exactly is the thief to gain access to it? Inspector Jones asked, once our tea was poured. I was gratified that he was taking my plan under consideration, rather than dismissing it out of hand. I'm going to wear it. I found I couldn't look at Milo as I said it, and focused instead on the cup and saucer on the table before me. Indeed, Inspector Jones said. At some point in the evening I will leave it unattended in a room upstairs, perhaps the card room. It is familiar to all of the suspects, as nearly all of them had been to that room at some point on the night of the murder. Then we've only to wait in the room across for the thief to reveal himself. That's a very pretty plan, Mrs. Ames, but you overlook the danger of wearing the diamond. If the thief was willing to kill once, what will stop him from trying again? I hadn't until that moment really considered that I might be in any particular danger. I had thought to leave the necklace in the card room and then give the thief time to try to collect it. It hadn't occurred to me that the thief might try to take it from around my neck. It was rather stupid of me to have overlooked the possibility. Nevertheless, I intended to go ahead with the plan. It's worth the risk, I said resolutely. Inspector Jones looked at Milo. And you agree with her, Mr. Ames? Milo lit a cigarette, waving out the match. You know as well as I do, Inspector, that there is no stopping her once she gets an idea in her head. A small smile appeared on the inspector's face. Yes, I am beginning to realise that. There's only one thing that might cause a problem, I said. Only one? Inspector Jones asked wryly. What if all of the suspects don't come to the ball? A death might have been enough to keep the innocent ones away, and the guilty party might just as well decide that it's too dangerous to attend. You leave that to me, Mrs. Ames. I believe I can be trusted to carry out that small part of the plan, and I'll put an officer across from the card room to keep an eye on things. He rose then, placing several bills on the table. Thank you for meeting with me. I shall leave the two of you to enjoy your tea. One more thing, Inspector, I said. Yes? Who inherits Mr. Harker's money? He looked as though he wondered why I asked, but didn't question me. There is a brother in America. Then his death would not have benefited the Barringtons. I just wondered,
Thank you for the tea, Inspector Jones. We shall see you tomorrow. He hesitated, his gaze shifting to Milo.
I meant to ask you, Mr. Ames, if you learned anything of interest the night of the murder. Inspector Harris mentioned that he saw you speaking to several of the people on the first floor after the incident.
This was news to me. I had assumed Milo had gone to Hélène Renaud after the shooting. Why hadn't he told me that he had been asking questions of the suspects? He had professed to be uninterested in the circumstances surrounding Mr. Harker's death, but it seemed that was not quite the case. If Milo was caught off guard by the inspector's sudden question, he gave no indication of it.
I was vaguely curious, he allowed, but no one seemed to know anything. I see, Inspector Jones said. Well, I suppose that will be all for now. I'll see you at the ball.
I watched him go. He had never explained precisely why he had invited both of us to tea, but I wondered if he had simply been trying to push us together. If it didn't seem counter to his character, I might have suspected him of having a romantic streak. We both knew, however, that it would take more than a few scones and biscuits to mend things between Milo and me. I turned to my husband. Why didn't you tell me you were asking questions that night?
There was nothing to tell.
I accepted this answer, knowing it would do no good to push him. I couldn't help but wonder, however, if he had been gathering information on my behalf. Perhaps he had even suspected it was murder and had been trying to steer me clear of it. It was a comforting thought somehow that he had cared, but I wasn't sure it mattered now. What do you make of Inspector Jones? I asked, attempting to ascertain my own thoughts. I can't quite decide what he's about. Milo observed the burning end of his cigarette disinterestedly.
I'm a bit surprised he would allow you to proceed in so harebrained a scheme.
It's a very good scheme, I protested. Perhaps he realises that it will be the easiest way to flush the killer out of hiding and feels that I am capable of assisting.
Do you really think it will be accomplished so neatly? Lord Dunmore throws another ball, you wear his necklace and produce a killer tied with a bow.
We can always hope, I hesitated. Are you going to take me to the ball? His brows rose.
Oh, are we friends again now? You change your mind so quickly, darling, I can barely keep up.
Milo, I said calmly, I don't like to quarrel with you.
I don't particularly care for it myself.
Then let us work together. For now, let us put aside everything else and try to solve this murder. If we learnt anything at the Brightwell, it's that it would have been much better if we had cooperated. It might have saved me getting shot at, in fact.
If you say so, darling.
He ground out his cigarette and rose.
I'll be there, but I'm not certain what time. You'd better go on without me. In the words of the good inspector, I'll see you at the ball.
Chapter 27. The morning of the ball arrived, and I greeted it with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. On the one hand, I was looking forward to some sort of resolution. On the other, I was a little concerned about what that resolution might be. Perhaps it was my past experience with such things, but I could not help but feel there would be a great deal of unpleasantness before the evening was out. After all, there was a very good chance that I would encounter a murderer tonight, and my last such experience had not been an agreeable one. There was one consolation. At least it was not another masked ball. I didn't know if I could bear another evening of concealed faces. In fact, if I never attended a masked ball again, it would be fine with me. It is difficult enough to read people in real life, to sort through the masks we wear, all of us pretending to be something or someone that we are not. Indeed, nothing in this case was what it seemed. Even the jewels had been masked in deception. In a way, all of this had started with masks. I wondered again about the connection between James Harker's tiger mask and the one that Mr. Foster had worn. Inspector Jones had seemed convinced that Mr. Harker's death was not a matter of mistaken identity, but I still felt that there was some connection with the mask. I wondered suddenly if Inspector Jones had thought to contact the mask maker. He hadn't mentioned it, and it seemed to me that it might prove a useful thing to do. I remembered at the dinner party, Lord Dunmore had told me the name of the fancy dress shop where he and many of the others got their masks. Frederick's, was it? No, Friedrich's. I went to the telephone and asked the operator to locate and ring up the shop. She was a very efficient young woman, and a few moments later I was on the telephone with Mr. Bertelli, Lord Dunmore's costumier. "Hello," I said. "My name is Mrs. Ames. I was admiring the mask you made for Lord Dunmore's masquerade, and I was thinking of having something made up. Your work is magnificent." He was obviously flattered.
"Thank you, madam. We do have an excellent selection of masks ready-made, or we can make something specific for you if you'd rather."
"I think I'd like an original," I said quickly. "Something along the lines of—" I searched my mind for something suitable. "A Columbina mask, perhaps in black velvet with gold leaf?"
"Oh, yes, madam," he said. "I can do something of that sort, certainly."
"Thank you. I understand you made the mask for Mr. Nigel Foster," I said casually. "The tiger one he wore to Lord Dunmore's recent masquerade?"
"Yes, I designed Mr. Foster's mask personally. He specifically requested a tiger mask. I thought it a bit outré myself, but of course I was determined to give satisfaction. I was not going to quibble with him, but—"
He paused significantly and tusked into the phone.
"It was not what we had originally agreed upon."
"Did he say why it was that he wanted a tiger?" I asked.
"Oh, yes," Mr. Bertelli answered. "He said he knew someone else who was wearing a tiger mask, and he wanted one as well. It was some joke."
Again, a disapproving sound from the other end of the line.
"When the one I created would have looked so much better."
This was very interesting indeed. Why should Mr. Foster have wanted a mask to match Mr. Harker's? If anything, I should have thought he would have wanted his own unique mask. He had told Mr. Bertelli that it was meant to be a joke, but he had led me to believe that he and Mr. Harker were not well acquainted. If that was true, what joke could have been between them?
"Now, about your mask, Mrs. Ames," Mr. Bertelli said. "Did you want it to include feathers or jewels of any sort?"
I paused. "Jewels?" I repeated.
"Yes, madam. We've a wide array of gemstones we can put on the mask. They're paste, of course, but very high quality."
Might I think a bit about it and call you back?"
"Certainly, certainly."
I rang off and stood for a moment, lost in thought. The conversation had given me much to consider. Almost before I knew it, it was time to begin dressing for the ball. I had chosen for the evening a gown of silver silk charmeuse that flowed like molten lead as I walked. It had a fitted bodice, very thin straps, and a low cut back. It hugged my shape to the hip and gave way to a gently flowing skirt with a slight train. It was not nearly as elaborate as the gown I had worn to the first ball, but I had no wish to go tripping about the house when I was on the heels of a murderer. Besides, I couldn't help but feel that this less extravagant ensemble suited me better, especially when I would be wearing so ostentatious a piece of jewellery. I hadn't heard from Milo since our visit with Inspector Jones, and I hoped that something wouldn't come up to detain him from attending the ball. One never knew where Milo might dash off to next. Some part of me felt that I could rely on him, but I knew better than to have my heart set on it. Hopefully, when push came to shove, I would not be left alone to grapple with a murderer. I was nearly dressed when I heard the ringing of the telephone. I wondered if it might be Inspector Jones calling in regard to the ball, but Winelda didn't come to fetch me, so I went on with my makeup. A moment later, she came into the room, one of my furs draped over her arm. "The white fur for tonight, Mrs. Ames?" she asked. "Yes, I think so. Who was on the telephone, Winelda?" She wrinkled her nose. "An unsavoury gentleman, to be sure." "Oh? With whom did he wish to speak?" "He was calling for Mr. Ames." This was intriguing. "Did he leave his name or a message?" "Yes, madam," she said, draping the fur over the back of a chair and running her hand along it. "He said his name was Mr. Gibbs." "Mr. Gibbs?" I explained. "What did he want?" She looked up, surprised at my interest. He wanted me to tell Mr. Ames that he thinks he's found just the piece Mr. Ames is looking for.
Mercifully, Markham was not in the habit of asking questions, and he drove me back to the pawnbroker's shop in Whitechapel without comment. I thought I had just enough time to stop before the ball, and it could be that this was the piece of the puzzle we had been waiting for. I'm sure I must have looked a sight, rushing up to the shop in an evening gown and mink stole. I had left the Dunmore diamond in its case in the car. I didn't intend to take any chances with it. I rapped on the door, dust collecting on the knuckles of my white gloves. Mr. Gibbs had not answered the telephone when I had phoned him back, and I was a bit worried that he might not be at his shop at all. Luckily, after a few moments of energetic rapping, I heard shuffling steps inside, and the key turned in the lock. The door gave a protesting creak as it opened ever so slightly, and I saw one eye regard me suspiciously from within. "Good evening, Mr. Gibbs. May I come in for a moment?" I asked, pushing my way past him into the shop. He was, I think, not entirely pleased to see me. On the one hand, he was fairly certain that Milo was prepared to reward him handsomely if the piece he had proved to be satisfactory. On the other, Milo was not with me, and I think he was not entirely convinced I would be able to pay him. The possibility of reward won the day, however, and he smiled at me. "I'm happy to be of service to you, Miss Mary, was it? Is your gentleman friend with you?"
"No, he's otherwise engaged this evening."
Mr. Gibbs nodded knowingly, as though he commiserated with me that Mr. Ames should be required to spend the evening with his bothersome wife.
"I understand that you found a piece similar to the one I was searching for."
"Yes, I asked around after the gentleman told me what he wanted, and I think I may have found it. But perhaps you'd better come back later with Mr. Ames, just to be sure it's the right thing." He was worried that I, as the rich man's little mistress, would be unable to compensate him appropriately. I wondered which piece it might be. I had listed all of the missing jewellery, but I suspected, for some reason, that the piece he had found was Mrs. Barrington's missing sapphire bracelet. After all, it was the piece most recently stolen.
"Would you show me the piece?" I asked, "please."
He hesitated before making his way behind the counter. He pulled out a small bundle. It looked to be something wrapped in a dirty handkerchief. Pulling back the corners to reveal the piece inside, he pushed it towards me on the counter. My eyes widened in surprise. It appeared to be Mrs. Barrington's Eiffel Tower brooch. I picked it up and studied it closely. Flipping it over, I saw what I was looking for, the date of the Barringtons' anniversary engraved beneath the clasp. If this was, in fact, her brooch, however, what was the piece she had found in her trinket box only yesterday? One of them was a replica. But which?
"Are these real diamonds?" I asked.
He drew himself up. "Of course they are. I don't sell worthless trinkets."
No, of course not. I only wanted to be sure."
"You can bring that to any jeweller in town, miss, he'll tell you."
"That won't be necessary. This is exactly what I'm looking for."
"I aim to please," he replied with an expectant smile. I hesitated. I felt suddenly that there was no way to get the information I wanted without revealing my true motives to Mr. Gibbs. Unfortunately, I was relatively certain that he would not be appreciative of my ploy. Well, there was nothing to be done about that now.
"May I be honest with you, Mr. Gibbs?"
He looked suddenly very wary, as though honesty was a commodity he did not often trade in. "If you like, Miss Mary." I plunged ahead before I could think better of it. "I'm afraid my name isn't Mary, and I'm not Mr. Ames's mistress. I'm his wife." He frowned. I rushed ahead. "I am looking for this brooch because it was stolen from one of my friends." His face hardened suddenly, and as he crossed his arms over his chest, I knew I was on the verge of losing him. "I don't know anything about that."
"No, I'm certain you don't. You see, it's all very complicated, but I need to know who it was that stole it. I assure you none of it will come back on you or your associates, and Mr. Ames and I are still willing to compensate you handsomely for your trouble." This seemed to appease him a bit, for his scowl softened ever so slightly. "It's something of a private matter, and I would be very grateful if you could help me." I hoped he would interpret grateful to mean generous. "I didn't get any of the particulars about who sold it,"
he told me at last. Perhaps I could find out. The rest of the sentence was heavily implied, for a price. I thought about this for a moment and came to a decision. Can you telephone your friend and find out? I need a description of the person who sold it, as detailed as possible. He appeared to consider. There will be a reward in it for both you and your associate, I assured him. I suppose I could find out, he said grudgingly. A description is all you're wanting? Well, dates would be quite helpful as well, but the most important thing is to find out who it was that sold it. And I need to know tonight, if at all possible. It may take me a while to locate my associate. I suspected a rundown of nearby pubs would be in order. I glanced at the clock. The ball was getting ready to begin, and I didn't want to be late. I reached into my handbag and took out several bills. This is down payment on the information, Mr. Gibbs, I said, pressing it into his hand. The sooner you can find out, the more there will be in it for you. When you have the information, call the number on the card Mr. Ames gave you, the number you used today. Leave a message with my maid, Winelda, and I'll call her later to find out what you've learnt. Very good, Mrs. Ames. I'll find out as quickly as I can and let you know. He seemed much more amiable now that I had greased his palms, if that was indeed the correct expression. Thank you so much, Mr. Gibbs. You've been ever so helpful. I felt suddenly elated by the promise of success. With any luck, we would have a description of the killer before the night was out. His wife, you say? He said, giving me a thorough going over with his eyes. I guess he's a smarter gent than I took him for. I arrived at Dunmore House shortly after 9 o'clock, and the street was already packed with automobiles. The crowds were even denser than they had been at the last party. I reflected grimly that it seemed the murder had only whetted society's appetite for scandal. There were people of every description flowing into Lord Dunmore's house in a sea of evening jackets, top hats, glimmering gowns, furs and jewels. The mingled scents of 100 expensive perfumes hung in the air like a pleasant cloud. Lord Dunmore was standing in the foyer greeting guests when I entered the house. It seemed almost as though he was holding court, and enjoying it immensely, despite the macabre outcome of his last such event. He saw me come in and excused himself from the group he was with, working his way through the crowd to reach me. Amory, I'm so glad you've arrived, he said, taking my hands in his and squeezing them. He stepped back as if to survey me. You look ravishing. Thank you. His eyes strayed to my neckline. It suits you. My hand reached up to touch the Dunmore diamond. I had put it on in the car after leaving Mr. Gibbs's shop, and I had been aware of the cold weight of it against my chest ever since. I hope it works, I said. People are beginning to notice, I think. It was true. I had seen several curious glances in my direction since I had discarded my fur. I've thought it over, I told him in a low voice to avoid being overheard. At some point in the evening, I'll take it off and leave it upstairs. Then I'll tell each of the suspects that the latch is loose and I've set it aside. We shall hope that it proves too great a prize to resist. Just be careful, he said, his hand on my arm. I should hate for you to put yourself in danger. I'll be careful, I assured him. I certainly didn't intend to take any unnecessary risks. Alexander? A slim blonde woman had appeared at his side, clutching his arm. You've promised to introduce me to your friends. He smiled at me with a shrug. Duty calls, Mrs. Ames. Save a dance for me? Certainly. He allowed the blonde to lead him away, and I followed the crowds into the ballroom. The decorations were a bit different from what they had been at the last ball, but no less elaborate. If Lord Dunmore was indeed the culprit, it was not money he was after. He had far too much of that at his disposal already. I was still taking it all in when Mrs. Barrington met my gaze from across the room and waved me towards her. She was wearing a gown of dark purple satin, but the gown was hardly noticeable against the veritable glare of her jewels. She wore a necklace of diamonds set in bright gold, and it gleamed in the light, rivaling the chandeliers. Good evening, Mrs. Barrington, I said when I had reached her. You look lovely this evening. Your necklace is beautiful.
These are paste, my dear. Lloyd had them made up for me. I didn't dare arrive in real diamonds, and I've let everyone know as much.
Yes, that seems the safest thing to do. I thought of the Eiffel Tower brooch in Mr. Gibbs's shop, but decided against mentioning it at present. I wanted a bit more time to sort things out in my mind.
So, that's the Dunmore diamond, is it? She said, her eyes on the gem at my neck. It certainly is a lovely stone.
Yes, I feel a bit conspicuous wearing it. It seemed the weight of responsibility made it heavier around my neck. I had a good deal of very expensive jewellery, much of it given to me by Milo, but it was another thing entirely to wear someone else's priceless family heirloom, especially when one considered that I was, in essence, advertising it like wares at a market to a jewel thief and killer.
Conspicuous is just what we want, isn't it? She pointed out. Now you've only to be seen by the suspects so that they know the diamond is in play.
I suppose I shall make my way around so that they can, I told her. She nodded.
Good luck, Mrs. Ames.
She looked strained, anxious, and I could only assume that the tension of the evening was beginning to weigh on her. I felt a bit nervy myself. I reached out and patted her arm. I think it will all work out. She tried to smile but didn't quite succeed.
Mrs. Ames, there's something else that concerns me. What Mrs. Douglas Hughes told you about James's comment that night that my necklace looked like it belonged to someone's mistress. Do you think? I've begun to wonder if perhaps Lloyd has a mistress. He's been acting so strangely as of late, going out at strange hours.
I was surprised. He seems very fond of you, Mrs. Barrington, I said, and I meant it. I had seen nothing but devotion in Mr. Barrington's behaviour. Perhaps he's only been upset about Mr. Harker.
Yes, she said. Yes, I suppose you're right. If you'll excuse me, I will see where he's gone off to.
I took a glass of punch and began to make my way around the perimeter of the ballroom, looking for any of the suspects that might be induced to admire and presumably covet the Dunmore diamond. There was a good deal of lovely jewellery in play tonight, but I thought none of it would be as tempting as the piece at my throat.
Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Ames!
I stilled as I heard the voice behind me, cutting through the music of the orchestra with ease. It was Mrs. Rowland. I turned to see her approaching me in a brilliant scarlet silk kimono that might have been better suited to a boudoir than a ballroom. It seemed she had made good her threat to arrive uninvited at Lord Dunmore's ball. "How are you, Mrs. Rowland?" I asked resignedly as she reached me.
Wonderful, wonderful. What a lovely party this is. I'm so glad you suggested I come.
There was nothing I could say to this, but luckily no response was required.
You look lovely as always, my dear, she went on without stopping for breath. Silverish, so becoming with those grey eyes of yours, and...
Her eyebrows rose so high they nearly disappeared into the row of ringlets arranged low across her forehead.
That's the Dunmore diamond, isn't it?
Yes, I said, trying to think of some good excuse for wearing it. I was speaking about it with Lord Dunmore, and he felt it was time it made an appearance. He asked me to wear it.
Indeed, she asked, and I could hear the speculation in her voice. And is your husband here, dear?
That was a very good question. I had yet to see any sign of Milo.
He should be here somewhere,
I said, inching away from her. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Rowland, I have someone I must speak to.
Of course, dear, of course. The diamond looks magnificent on you, much better than it did on Lord Dunmore's mother.
I did my best to disappear into the crowd and breathed a sigh of relief when I was sure I had been able to escape her. Her questions had become too pointed too quickly, and I hoped I would be able to avoid her for the rest of the night. The evening was certainly off to an interesting start. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Things were spiralling towards a conclusion. If all went as planned, we would catch a killer by midnight. Chapter 28. An hour later, I decided I had mingled sufficiently and that it was time to put the plan into action. I had flaunted the necklace before all of the suspects, except Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes, whom I had not yet seen. I wondered if they had decided not to attend the ball. Inspector Jones had intended to encourage attendance, but Mr. Douglas Hughes had friends in government, and I thought he would not be induced to come if he felt disinclined to do so. There was still no sign of Milo either, but I would not wait forever. I would have to catch a killer without him. I slipped into the foyer and made my way up the wide red stairs, treading carefully to avoid another mishap. There was no one sitting on the steps tonight, and the stairway seemed more sinister somehow. The inspector's warning was fresh in my mind, and though I tried to act casual, I was very alert to be certain I was not being followed. All other considerations aside, it would be quite embarrassing to be murdered. Speaking of Detective Inspector Jones, I had seen no sign of him as of yet. Nevertheless, I had no doubt that he was skulking about the premises somewhere, and I was confident that he had stationed a policeman in the bedroom across from the card room, as we had discussed. The upstairs hallway was quiet, and I reached the card room without encountering anyone. I carefully removed the necklace and set it on the card table. I stepped back to be certain it would offer sufficient enticement, and was satisfied by the way it glittered even in the dimly lit room. It was rather an obvious ruse, I thought, but I hoped the thief would be too caught up by such a prize to notice. With one final glance over my shoulder, I left the room, closing the door behind me, and went back downstairs. In the foyer, I spotted Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes, who had just come in. I wished I had waited a few more moments so they might have seen the diamond. Perhaps I could find a way to bring it into the conversation. "Good evening," I said, approaching them. "I was just wondering if you were here somewhere."
"Good evening, Mrs. Ames," Mr. Douglas Hughes replied pleasantly. "I'm afraid I was detained."
"Nothing unpleasant has happened yet tonight, has it?" Mamie asked. The yet did not escape me. She expected something to happen too. I wondered if everyone could feel the vague sense of anticipation in the air. "No, not at all," I said. The unpleasantness was still to come. "I was a little uneasy about coming here tonight," Mamie admitted with a rueful smile. "There's nothing to worry about, darling," her husband said, but I noticed that his eyes moved around the room in a restless, watchful way. I wondered what he was looking for. "I think none of us are very easy," I said. "But we've all come, haven't we?" Mamie replied. "The police wanted us here for some reason, and I think that is what frightens me a bit. That Inspector Jones asked in the politest way if we could attend, and we really didn't want to say no. Of course, judging from the crowds, it seems half of London is interested in seeing if anything is going to happen this evening." "Yes," I answered, "it will certainly be interesting." I wanted to say more, but I held my tongue, despite my instinct that they could be trusted. They had both lied to me about the missing earring, but I still felt somehow that they were not involved in the theft or murder. Mamie seemed much too kind to be guilty, and while I thought Mr. Douglas Hughes the type of gentleman who would not hesitate to kill in the service of his country, I did not think that he would have carried out a killing in such a public place, and in so untidy a manner. Nevertheless, despite my belief in their innocence, I could afford to trust no one at this point. We were too close. I could feel it. As luck would have it, the Eccles sisters approached us just then. I had crossed paths with them earlier in the ballroom. Marjorie had been cool and Felicity uneasy, and I knew it was not my company they were seeking now. Mamie had obviously won them over as well. "You both look lovely," Mamie told them after exchanging pleasantries. I had to admit that it was true. Marjorie looked stunning in a gown of bright red, and Felicity looked ethereal in violet. I thought again how very different the two of them were. It was not especially surprising that Mr. Harker should have been torn in his affections, if that was indeed the case. Felicity's gentleness would have been well matched with his quiet nature, but Marjorie's vibrant boldness would have been appealing to a shy, unconfident gentleman. "You've taken off the diamond, I see," Marjorie said suddenly, acknowledging me for the first time since she had joined us. Really, it couldn't have been more perfect an opening. "Oh, yes," I said. "It seemed the clasp was loose. I left it in the card room until Lord Dunmore can put it back in his safe." "Diamond?" Mamie asked. "Yes, Lord Dunmore lent me the Dunmore diamond for the evening. It's only too bad the clasp was broken. I didn't dare risk losing so valuable a piece.
The more I said this, the more often I felt like this was all much too obvious. Would the thief really think that I would be so careless as to leave it unattended in the card room? Were the situations reversed, I would find the entire thing extremely suspect. I supposed only time would tell, however. I just needed to be sure that all the suspects were properly informed. If you'll excuse me, I must see if I can find my husband. It was a flimsy excuse, considering I was fairly certain Milo was not even here, but it would work as well as any. I made my way back into the ballroom. The din had grown louder, and people were talking and laughing with what seemed to be an almost frantic merriment. There was a sense of expectation in the air, as though they were anticipating further calamity. I only hoped this evening's events would not end up obliging them to too great a degree. I had only just entered the room and begun sipping a glass of punch given to me by a passing waiter, when Mr. Foster approached. "Mrs. Ames, I've been waiting all evening for the chance to dance with you," he said with a charming smile. "Would you do me the honour?" "Certainly," I told him, setting aside my glass. In addition to the possibility of conversing with the suspect, my nervous energy was building, and I thought the exercise would do me good. He was an excellent dancer, and there was something very appealing about him, a boyish charm that combined with his athletic physique. I saw many of the women looking his way, and I knew it wasn't just his storied sporting career that interested them. "You're looking very lovely this evening," he told me. "That colour suits you." "Thank you." I supposed I might as well set up the trap while an opportunity presented itself. "My neck is feeling a bit bare." "Yes, I noticed you'd taken the necklace off." He was a rather observant gentleman. "The clasp was loose, and I was forced to leave it in the card room until Lord Dunmore has time to put it in the safe." "Indeed? Well, I think your neck couldn't possibly have looked any lovelier with the necklace than it does now." I laughed. "It's a stunning piece of jewellery." "Yes, I suppose it is." He seemed disinclined to discuss jewellery, and we talked of other things. As we moved about the dance floor, something caught my eye. Lord Dunmore and Vivian Garmond stood at the edge of the room, talking to one another. It was the first time I had seen them together, but there was no romance in what was happening now. I could tell that at once from their body language and the expression on Mrs. Garmond's face as she looked up at him. I couldn't help but feel I had not helped matters between them by wearing the Dunmore diamond tonight. Perhaps I would have the opportunity later to explain the situation to Mrs. Garmond. The dance ended, and Mr. Foster escorted me from the dance floor, his hand resting lightly on my waist. "Can I get you another drink?" he asked. "Not just now, thank you." "Here you are, Amory." I hadn't seen Lord Dunmore approaching until he appeared at my side. I glanced to where he had been standing with Mrs. Garmond, but she was gone. "I've been looking for you. You don't mind if I steal her away, do you, Foster?" Mr. Foster stepped back, a smile flashing across his face. "Not at all. I'll take another turn with her later." It seemed that Lord Dunmore looked a bit annoyed, but the expression was gone so quickly that I couldn't be sure. I wondered if he was still preoccupied by his encounter with Mrs. Garmond. Mr. Foster walked away, and Lord Dunmore turned to me. I thought he might ask me to dance, but it seemed that was not his intention. "I want to talk to you for a moment." I glanced around. It was so loud in the ballroom that I was certain that no one would overhear us. "What is it?" "It's too hot in here," he said. "Let's go somewhere where we can get a bit of air." "Outside?" I suggested, indicating the doors that led from the ballroom out onto the terrace. "No, it's too windy. It would muss your hair, and we wouldn't want that, would we?" "No, I suppose not," I replied. He smiled and took my hand in his. "I know, come with me." I let him lead me out into the foyer and across to the small sitting room on the other side, where I had sat the day I'd come to visit him. We entered, and he closed the door behind us, the heavy oak muting some of the noise of the ball. The room was cooler than the ballroom had been, but there was something slightly intimate about the setting, and I wondered what it was that he wanted to talk to me about. He didn't release my hand as he turned to face me. "There. That's better, isn't it?" "I suppose it is," I answered. "What is it you wanted to talk to me about, Alexander?"
Is it the diamond? I've left it in the card room, as we discussed.
No, it isn't that. Wanting to be alone with you isn't reason enough for me to spirit you away.
I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though Lord Dunmore had flipped some sort of switch. Really, it was almost impressive. It is cooler in here, I conceded, unsure of where this might be leading. The various warnings I had heard about Lord Dunmore nagged at the back of my mind.
I'm still feeling a bit warm.
His voice had taken on a silky quality that put me on my guard. I believe dancing has that effect, I replied as blandly as possible. So did arguing with one's mistress in a crowded ballroom.
It isn't only dancing, he answered. I've found many much more effective means of warming the blood.
There was something practiced yet oddly natural in his approach, like an actor who had played a role so long that he forgot he was someone other than the character he embodied. I'm sure you have. His eyes locked on mine.
If you'd let me, Amory, I can have a fire lit in no time.
It was only with great effort that I kept my brows from flying upward in surprise. He really was shameless. What I found remarkable, however, was that the blatant suggestion that would have been completely offensive from another man somehow managed to be almost flattering coming from Lord Dunmore.
Almost.
He stepped closer, and I put up a hand to halt his progress. I shouldn't think that necessary, Lord Dunmore, I said firmly.
A moment ago I was Alexander.
It seems that using your Christian name has given you unwarranted encouragement. That was my mistake. He smiled suddenly, and some little change in his posture completely dispersed the intimacy of the moment.
Am I annoying you, Mrs. Ames?
I think you're very charming, I answered carefully, but you should know that I am quite immune to it.
In other words, I'm wasting my time?
You are wasting your time, my lord. His eyes searched my face for a moment, and apparently, seeing that I meant it, he sighed and gave an elegant shrug.
Fair enough. You can't blame a man for trying.
You could, in fact, but I decided that was an opinion best kept to myself. I hope we shall be friends, I told him, but only friends.
If you insist, he said with faux ill humour.
I do. We don't need people talking. In fact, I said, it would probably be better if we aren't seen coming out of this room together. Why don't you go back to your guests and I'll follow in a moment. He lifted my hand to his lips and kissed it before turning to go. At the door, he stopped.
We could have had a lot of fun together, you and I, he said wistfully.
Fun is quite overrated, I told him. Love and devotion have a much more lasting appeal. He looked at me, and I knew he understood my meaning. His quarrel with Mrs. Garmond had no doubt spurred on his unseemly advances, but I hoped he could see the error in such logic.
You're quite a woman, Amory, he said.
Then he left the room and closed the door behind him. I didn't quite know how to feel about what had just happened. On the one hand, it had been inappropriate in the extreme. On the other, perhaps Lord Dunmore had been too much used to getting his way. I hoped this was a lesson he could profit from, and that perhaps he could find a way to work things out with Mrs. Garmond. I dropped into a chair and rubbed a hand across my forehead. This night was already turning out to be much too eventful, and we had yet to encounter the killer. My eyes fell on the telephone, and I remembered that I needed to ring Winelda and see if Mr. Gibbs had had any luck in identifying the thief. I went to the telephone and gave the operator the number to the flat. She connected me, and a moment later Winelda picked up. "Ames residence?" she said crisply. "Winelda, it's Mrs. Ames." "Oh, hello, Mrs. Ames," she said cheerfully. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you. I asked Mr. Gibbs, the gentleman who called for Mr. Ames earlier this evening, to telephone me and leave a message with you. Has he phoned yet?" "Oh, yes, madam. He phoned about 20 minutes ago." I felt a rush of excitement. "What did he say?" "He said to tell you... Wait just a moment." I could hear the crinkling of a piece of paper. And then Winelda read carefully, "The gent was of medium height with dark hair." I waited, but she did not continue. "That's all?" I asked at last, disappointed. "That's all he said, madam." "Thank you, Imelda. Is the ball going well? Did the ladies like your dress? And the necklace?" "Yes, everything's going quite well. I'll be sure to tell you all about it tomorrow." "I shall look forward to it, madam." I rang off, lost in thought. Medium height, with dark hair. I realised suddenly that that description could conceivably be applied to any of the male suspects, and if it was one of the women, they might have had a gentleman acquaintance sell the pieces for them. Really, this clue had turned out to be of very little help. I heard the door open behind me, and I wondered if Lord Dunmore had come back. I turned. "Oh, hello, Mr. Foster." He closed the door behind him and glanced around the room before his eyes came back to me.
"I see Dunmore's abandoned you, and I hate to see so lovely a lady all alone."
I didn't know why, but I suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Mr. Foster had never been anything but polite, yet there was some slight change in him now that I couldn't quite name. He seemed different somehow, but perhaps it was only that my nerves were all on edge this evening. "I was just getting ready to rejoin the festivities," I told him.
"Don't hurry out on my account," he said.
My eyes flickered past him to the door. He was standing before it, and I would have to go around him to leave. "Oh, it's not that," I said lightly. "I think perhaps I'd better go and see if my husband has arrived. If you'll excuse me." I walked purposefully towards the door.
"Wait a moment."
He held out a hand, and I stopped myself just before I walked into it. He looked down at me, his expression not quite as pleasant as it had been a moment ago. The faint warning bell that had been going off in my head seemed to get louder.
"There's no need for you to rush away."
I looked at him warily. There was something in his tone that I didn't quite like, a hint of something dangerous beneath the light words. "I'm afraid I must be getting back."
"Or you could stay and we could take advantage of our time alone."
"I beg your pardon?" I had heard him correctly, but I thought I would give him a chance to retract it.
"I believe I've made myself clear enough," he said. "Surely you haven't misinterpreted it?"
I felt a surge of irritation at his insinuation and at the direction in which this conversation was headed. I was not certain how he had come to believe that I would be in any way receptive to advances. "It appears you are under some misapprehension about me, Mr. Foster," I said coolly, hoping to put the conversation to rest. It didn't seem to have worked, for he smiled, and it was not a very nice smile.
"Come now, Mrs. Ames, you needn't play the prude. After all, you've been toying with Dunmore. Well, I won't let that worry me. You wouldn't be the first woman we've shared."
I was not easily given to embarrassment, but I flushed at his crudeness. "There is nothing untoward occurring between Lord Dunmore and myself," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady in the face of my growing anger and repugnance. I pushed past him and reached the door, but he pressed his hand against it and prevented me from opening it.
"You can protest all you like, but we both know the truth."
"Please let me past, Mr. Foster." My voice was calm, though in truth I was both furious and alarmed. His posture made it very clear that he did not intend to let me out of the room. He smiled again.
"I don't think you really want to go. I've known many women like you. You're tired of your husband's philandering and want to get even. Perhaps you're just bored and looking for excitement. In either case, I can offer you a remedy."
"I don't want—"
"I think you do."
He stepped closer, pressing his body against mine as his hands dropped to my waist. I tried to step back and create a space between us, but he propelled me backwards, pressed me between himself and the wall near the door. "Let me go at once," I said. I considered screaming, but I doubted very much I would be heard above the noise of the ball. I put my hands against his chest to push him back, but it only seemed to encourage him.
"Don't play hard to get, Mrs. Ames."
He tried to kiss me then, and I turned my face away, pushing against him as hard as I could. He was strong, lean, and muscled from his years on the tennis court, and I didn't move him in the slightest. I felt the first surge of real fear as I realised he did not intend to release me.
"I like a woman with fight in her," he said with a laugh.
His mouth dropped to my neck, and I tensed at the sensation of his lips on my skin. "Mr. Foster, let me go!" I demanded, struggling against him as hard as I could. He grasped my arms, his fingers boring into my skin as he pressed me more tightly against the wall. His eyes came up to mine, and there was something unpleasant in them.
"I'm tired of playing games with you."
He tried to kiss me again, and when I turned my face away, he whispered something very coarse in my ear. I'm afraid he gave me no choice. I brought my knee up quickly and very hard. He released me and staggered back, doubled over, and, swearing vigorously, I stepped quickly past him, pulling open the door. "I do not play games, Mr. Foster." I left the room without a backward glance. End of CD 8. CD 9. Chapter 29. Under any other circumstances, I would have left the house at once. As it was, I could not leave before our plot had been carried out. I just had to be sure to steer clear of Mr. Foster for the rest of the evening. I wondered if I should tell Inspector Jones what had happened, but I doubted anything much could be done about it. It was my word against Mr. Foster's, after all. I could scarcely believe it myself. Mr. Foster had never appeared anything but pleasant and polite, the very picture of a gentleman. Then again, I knew perfectly well how deceiving appearances could be. It only took the right circumstances for the mask to drop away. One thing I now knew, Mr. Foster was a very likely suspect. If he was capable of treating women in such a fashion, I didn't doubt for a moment that he might be capable of worse. I was so lost in thought, still shaking with anger and the residue of fear, that I didn't hear the voice until it had called me 3 times. "Mrs. Ames." I looked up and saw Vivian Garmond standing near the stairs. "Hello, Mrs. Garmond," I said, trying to compose myself. "Might I speak to you for a moment?" I looked back at the door to the sitting room. Mr. Foster had yet to emerge, but I didn't particularly want to be there when he did. "Certainly," I told her. I was not at all in the mood for another confrontation at present, but I supposed now was as good a time as any to talk to her. "There's a little room just this way," she told me. She led me without hesitation down the wood-panelled corridor just beyond the sitting room, obviously familiar with the house. She stopped before a door and opened it, switching on the lights, and we stepped inside. It was a small study, the impersonal decor indicating it was not much used. She closed the door behind us and turned to me. "I saw you go into the sitting room and I knew that he was with you, so I waited outside," she said. "Much longer and I would have come in. Mrs. Garmond, please believe me when I say there is nothing between me and the Viscount." She shook her head. "No, Mrs. Ames, I was talking about Nigel Foster." I frowned, confused. She hesitated as though trying to decide something. Then she went on in a quiet, steady voice, her sad, dark eyes meeting mine. "I know what people say about me, Mrs. Ames. I see the way they look at me with contempt, how they avoid talking to me whenever they can." I wasn't sure what to make of what she was telling me, so I waited. "People believe that my son is Alexander's. Well, he isn't." I was surprised. Frankly, I wasn't sure she was telling the truth, but the paternity of her son was none of my business, and I certainly didn't intend to judge her for it. She must have read the sympathy in my expression, for she went on, "I think I can trust you to keep this to yourself, Mrs. Ames," she said. I was married to Mr. Garmond very briefly before his death. Alexander came along later. But when I came home afterwards and people started talking, I let them. Alexander doesn't care what people think, he never has, and it was better people thinking my son is his than knowing the truth. You see, Mr. Garmond was not my son's father either. Nigel Foster is." I stared at her. This I had not been expecting. She continued in a calm voice, as though it was someone else's story she was telling from memory. We were in Greece at the same time, and I got caught up in the romance of an affair with a handsome, charming tennis star. I fell quickly for him, but our romance was short-lived. By the time I discovered I was expecting a child, he had left the country. Mr. Garmond came along then, and shortly after we met, he asked me to marry him. I accepted, but he died unexpectedly of an illness, and I found myself quite alone and pregnant in a strange country. It was then I met Alexander. He was very kind to me. I gave birth to my son in Greece, and Alexander accompanied us home. Did you ever tell Mr. Foster he had a child? It was none of my business, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. She shook her head. I didn't want him to know. You see, he's not a good man. I realized that almost at once. There were always other women, a great many of them, and he has a bit of a violent streak. He expects people to give him what he wants, and he is willing to take it if they don't. This I had seen firsthand. He was engaged once to a young woman, but I had heard they broke it off. Did you hear that? Yes, I said, remembering what Mrs. Rowland had told me. They said she had been in an accident of some sort, but the truth of it was that he beat her, and she fell down the stairs. I stared at her, horrified. Why wasn't he arrested? I can only assume she was too afraid to tell what had happened. I counted myself fortunate to have parted ways with him, and I had never thought to see him again. But then we were both invited to the Barringtons' dinner parties. I tried to act normally as though we didn't have history, but it soon became apparent that he wanted to renew our acquaintance. That night at the ball, he had followed me upstairs and tried to push me into one of the bedrooms. We struggled, and it was only when someone came along that I managed to slip away. I think he intended to move on to someone else after that. I was, hiding in one of the bedrooms when the shot sounded. I thought of the bruises I had seen on her chest at the hat shop. That explained them. Her uneasiness when I had mentioned Nigel Foster, and why she had lied about being in the ballroom when the murder had happened. I don't think he would have cared about me in the slightest, if it hadn't been for Alexander. But once he knew I cared for someone else, he decided he would stop at nothing. It isn't as though he loves me. He only wanted to prove that he could have me. An athlete's competitiveness, I thought, combined with the violent streak of a ruthless man. It might prove deadly. Nigel's attentions made Alexander jealous at first, though he'd never admit it, but things have often been uneasy between us. We've quarrelled frequently, almost since the beginning. He is kind but often thoughtless. He always does just as he pleases, with no consideration for anyone else. Nigel's return to London was just the final straw. Alexander and I had a terrific row and said some terrible things to one another. Until that night at the Barringtons' home, we hadn't seen each other in weeks. Mrs. Barrington didn't know, of course, and I think it was all rather awkward for her. It made sense that Lord Dunmore had begun dangling after me that night. Perhaps it had been his own attempt at inducing jealousy in the woman he loved. I never cease to be amazed at the games we play with the people we love. I have been guilty of it myself to some degree. I've been planning to go away, she said, saving money to go to my sister in Australia. Then I went to see him a few nights ago and, I thought it might be possible to make amends, but now I just don't know. We quarrelled again tonight. Was it about the diamond? I asked, hoping to make amends for that at least. There's an explanation. She shook her head. It wasn't that. It's just so many things, she said sadly. I think Alexander cares for me in his way, but I can't go on the way I have been. I just can't. I'm sorry, I told her. I could think of nothing else to say. I knew only too well that one-sided devotion just wasn't enough. I just thought you should know, she said, turning towards the door. I didn't like to leave the country without someone knowing the truth. I stood in the room for a moment when she had gone, digesting what she had told me. I didn't know what to make of this unexpected confidence. While I did not wish sympathy to bring down my guard, her story had had the ring of truth to it, and I didn't believe she was the killer. I felt sorry for her, and I hoped that if she could not find happiness here, she would find it in Australia, starting a new life with her son. The clock on the wall chimed 11, drawing me back to the matter at hand. I had informed all the suspects of the location of the Dunmore diamond. I supposed I needed to go upstairs and see if the trap would have any effect. I went out into the hall and was walking back towards the foyer, but stopped before turning the corner when I heard voices. I recognised one of the speakers as Milo. His arrival did not so much catch my attention as did the fact that there was a woman with him. They were speaking French. I hadn't seen Hélène Renaud at the ball tonight, but I could think of no one else with whom my husband would be conversing in that particular language. "Come into this room with me," she was saying. "I must speak to you." I hazarded a glance around the corner and saw them enter the sitting room in which my earlier dramatic scene had been enacted. Luckily, they did not close the door completely behind them. Naturally, I did what any self-respecting wife would do and moved to listen. I leant against the wall, hoping that anyone who happened to see me would think I was only resting after a particularly strenuous waltz. "I had to come and see you tonight," she told him. She had a low, sultry voice that was only enhanced by the fluidity of her native tongue. It was exactly the kind of voice I would have expected a French seductress to have, and I found it intensely irritating. "I think, perhaps, that you're angry with me and I couldn't bear that." "Not at all," Milo answered in an amiable tone. "Why should I be?" "Because we were caught in that photograph. I knew that it would displease you." "It wasn't so much the photograph that surprised me." "You mean the kiss?" She laughed, a throaty laugh that sounded well rehearsed. "You didn't like it?" "It was, shall we say, ill-timed." I felt a sinking feeling, as though all my worst suspicions had been confirmed. Milo was chiding her for her indiscretion and nothing more. I wanted to walk away, but I found that I couldn't. Not just yet. I had to know how things really stood between them, the extent to which she had captured my husband's affections. She laughed again. "The photographers follow me round. They like to see interesting things. And you, Milo," she purred his name, "are very interesting indeed." She was laying it on rather thickly. If Milo was entranced by such obvious charms, I had greatly underestimated him. "What did your wife say?" she asked with a giggle that made me grit my teeth. "She was not pleased." Milo had always had a knack for understatement. "Did she curse and hit you and throw things at you?" I felt a surge of indignation. What did she think I was, a sailor? "Hardly," Milo replied, and I could hear the humour in his tone. "But she was displeased nonetheless." She sniffed. "You English are inclined to take things much too seriously. Did you tell her it was only a bit of fun?" "I told her that we were photographed at an inopportune moment and that it went no further." "So sad," she lamented. "But there are no photographers now." The invitation in her tone was very clear, but she said the words anyway. "Kiss me." I tensed, waiting for a telling silence as he acquiesced. I was rather surprised when I heard his answer. "No, Hélène," he replied in the same calm tone. "As I told you before, I'm not interested." "I think you are teasing me," she taunted him. "Perhaps you think to drive me mad with desire. Is that it?" I clenched my teeth. For pity's sake! She spoke exactly as if she was playing a role in some absurd melodrama. I had never seen one of her films, but if this performance was any indication of her talent, I was not missing anything. I recognised the growing impatience in Milo's tone. "I'm not teasing you, Hélène, and I'm not going to kiss you." She gave a little sniff of displeasure. "I hope you don't think I don't appreciate the offer," he continued.
You're a very beautiful woman, and I am flattered, but I'm afraid the answer is still no. You see, it may be dreadfully English of me, but I'm very fond of my wife."
I stood very still, relief coursing through me. I felt oddly as though I might cry. Naturally, a husband should care for his wife, but it was different to hear it from Milo's lips when he didn't know that I was listening. He was going to come out of the room soon, so I passed quickly by and moved towards the stairway. I must have looked quite the fool, rushing up the stairs, a ridiculous smile on my face. Once upstairs, I tapped at the door of the bedroom across from the card room. It was opened instantly by a portly sergeant who must have been hovering just inside, waiting for the culprit to make an appearance. "Good evening," I said, brushing past him and into the room. "No sign of a thief yet?" He was, I think, caught a bit off guard by my arrival, but he recovered quickly.
"Not a peep out of anyone yet, Mum," he said.
I felt a nagging bit of worry. Perhaps the trap had been too ridiculous to work. Or perhaps one of the Barringtons or even Lord Dunmore was the killer and was privy to the entire thing. In retrospect, it all seemed quite hopeless. I took a seat in a brown velvet chair. I might as well wait a bit longer. It was still possible that something would happen. The sergeant seemed ill at ease with my presence. I thought it possible he wasn't entirely sure who I was and what I was doing, bursting in upon his clandestine assignment. Nevertheless, he was too polite to say so, and we chatted for a few moments about the weather. The door opened a moment later, interrupting the sergeant just as he was beginning to regale me with his own highly developed theory regarding the best climates in which to catch criminals. It was Inspector Jones, and Milo was behind him.
"Good evening, Mrs. Ames," said the inspector as they entered, and he closed the door behind him, leaving it open the barest of cracks. "I thought we might find you here."
I looked at Milo and found his eyes were already on me. I smiled. "Hello," I said. He gave me a little smile in return, and I felt a rush of love for him. There was so much I wanted to say to him, but I knew perfectly well that now was not the time.
"Nothing yet, eh?"
Inspector Jones said, calling my attention back to the matter at hand. "No, no one has taken the bait yet," I said glumly.
"Well, with any luck it won't be much longer."
The sergeant stationed himself near the door where he could see through the crack out into the hallway. Milo and Inspector Jones both took a seat, and we waited in expectant yet not exactly optimistic silence. I thought how dull the evening would prove to be if we had only been sitting around looking at one another to keep us entertained. Someone should have thought to bring a deck of cards. We might have played bridge. As it turned out, however, we did not have long to wait. As usual, the inspector's instincts were correct. It was only a short while later that the sergeant signalled to us. Then I detected the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. The inspector held up his hand for silence. We waited a moment, and then Inspector Jones moved silently to the door and eased it open a bit wider. I couldn't see from my vantage point, but a moment later he pulled the door open fully, and I could see out into the hallway. Marjorie Eccles stood there, the Dunmore diamond dangling from her hand. I stood, my eyes wide. I couldn't believe that it had worked. It seemed almost absurd that it had. Yet there she stood, as guilty as you please.
"Good evening, Miss Eccles," Inspector Jones said in a tone that somehow managed to be both polite and accusatory at the same time. "Would you mind telling me what you're doing with that necklace?"
I saw something flash across her face, and I thought that she was going to be stubborn about it, make up some preposterous excuse. Then it seemed almost as though she wilted a bit. "I suppose you found me out, haven't you? I knew it was too good to be true." She shot an angry glance at me. "I should have known it was some sort of trap."
"Perhaps you'd better step into this room," Inspector Jones said.
He took the diamond from her hand and deposited it in his pocket. "Oh, wait!" cried another voice. "She hasn't done anything." It was Felicity Eccles who had come down the hall. She was pale and wringing her hands. "Please don't arrest her. She didn't mean it." "Oh, be quiet, Felicity," Marjorie said, though her tone was kind.
If there is an explanation to be had, Inspector Jones said calmly, it would be best if you gave it to me now. They filed in after him and he closed the door. We all sat down and Inspector Jones looked at Marjorie Eccles. Now, why don't you tell me what's been going on? She let out a sigh and shrugged.
If you must know, Jim has been giving me pieces of his aunt's jewellery to sell.
This surprised me. James Harker had been stealing his aunt's jewellery. This I hadn't expected. In fact, it didn't make sense. Why would he do that? Inspector Jones asked pleasantly.
She smiled, a flush of confidence returning.
Because I asked him to.
I see. He was in love with you then.
She shrugged again.
I don't think Jim ever really thought of it in those terms. We were just great friends. He wanted to help me when he could, and he wanted to help Felicity. Truth be told, I think he was perhaps a little in love with her. Felicity cared for him too, in her own way. She was very fond of him.
Inspector Jones glanced at Felicity, who was quite pale, and then back to Marjorie.
He wanted to help your sister how?
Marjorie looked at her sister, and I saw Felicity give an almost imperceptible nod.
She was being harassed by Mr. Foster.
Harassed?
Inspector Jones repeated sceptically. I marvelled again at the way in which the man could convey so much while saying so little.
Yes, he is quite mad to get Felicity to succumb to his charms. She doesn't like him and never has, but he doesn't let that worry him. He's been rather relentless about it.
Her words had the ring of truth to them. I had, unfortunately, had a glimpse of the lengths to which Mr. Foster would go, and Mrs. Garmond confirmed that he would stop at nothing to get what he felt was being denied to him. I had been able to escape him, but I wondered if Felicity had been less fortunate in the past. I hoped not. I remembered what she had told me that night at the Sparrow. She had been drunk and confused about who had brought me there. It had not been Lord Dunmore she had been warning me against, but Mr. Foster.
We were going to wait a while to sell the things, and then we were going to leave London and go abroad, Marjorie went on. Jim gave us a few pieces, but then he thought his aunt was growing suspicious that the things were disappearing in her house, so he said he would meet us at the ball and give us one last piece. However, when he met up with us that night, he said that his aunt had decided to wear a paste bracelet, and we would have to wait.
So Mr. Harker hadn't taken his aunt's bracelet. Then who had? I felt as though we were turning around in circles. The night of the murder, did he have a gun with him? I asked suddenly. Inspector Jones looked as though he didn't quite appreciate my butting in.
Yes,
she let out a laugh.
Poor fool. He said he would protect us from Mr. Foster if need be.
It was his own gun that he was killed with, wasn't it? I was afraid something like that would happen.
Did you kill him, Miss Eccles? Inspector Jones asked.
Oh, no,
cried Felicity. Marjorie looked genuinely surprised.
Certainly not. I was truly fond of Jim.
Despite the fact that you were forcing him to steal from his aunt and give you the jewels, Inspector Jones said.
She shrugged.
I needed the money. Mrs. Barrington has a lot of jewels. I didn't think it would matter that much in the end.
We shouldn't have done it, Felicity whispered. We shouldn't have taken those things. Jim didn't mean to be a thief. He thought of us as a charity, people who needed his help. He was so very sweet. He only wanted to... She broke off suddenly, weeping into her hands. The sergeant handed her his handkerchief.
It wasn't all that nice to take advantage of Jim, perhaps, Marjorie admitted, but he said that he wanted to help us, and I wasn't going to say no. Besides, he didn't help us much in the end.
What do you mean? I asked.
Things escalated quickly. Mr. Foster began turning up everywhere we went, trying to get Felicity alone. Even that night at the ball, he arrived in the same mask as Jim. I think he meant to try to trick Felicity into going off alone with him.
So that accounted for the duplicate mask, why he had called Mr. Bertelli about a joke he wished to play. Mr. Foster had meant to use it as a trap of his own. I found the man utterly detestable. She looked at me.
That night we had dinner with you and the Douglas Hugheses.
Felicity stayed home because we expected Mr. Foster would be there. I thought maybe if I tried to talk to him he would leave her alone, but it was no use. He's a cad, through and through. So I decided to sell one of the pieces sooner than we had planned. And that's when I found out.
Found out what? Inspector Jones asked.
That all the things Jim had given us were paste.
Chapter 30. I stared at her. For just a moment the room was silent, and I could hear the loud ticking of the clock on the wall. I think we were all a bit stunned at this newest revelation.
What do you mean? Inspector Jones asked at last.
Marjorie sighed as though we were quite dense, and explaining all of this was becoming a great inconvenience.
I took them to sell them, and the proprietor told me that they weren't real. Just costume pieces, he said.
I frowned. James Harker had been giving them paste jewels all along. Then where were the real things? None of this seemed to make any sense.
Are you certain?
I asked. She looked at me impatiently.
The jeweller ought to know, I think.
Then the piece she had attempted to sell hadn't been the piece Mr. Gibbs had found for me in Whitechapel. He had insisted the pin tonight was genuine, and I was inclined to believe him.
Either James was very stupid and took the wrong things, Marjorie said, or he did it on purpose.
Oh, no, Felicity insisted softly. He wouldn't have done that. Inspector Jones glanced at me and then rose to his feet.
You ladies had better come with me nonetheless, he said to the Eccles sisters. There are a few more questions we'll need to ask you.
Inspector Jones and the sergeant led the Eccles sisters, Marjorie sauntering and Felicity sniffling, out of the room. I sat back in my chair with a sigh. Milo lit a cigarette, his eyes on my face.
I can see the wheels spinning. That's rarely a good thing.
I sat forward. Something isn't right. There is something that we're missing. It's all so very unsatisfactory.
Alas, such is life. Perhaps that's all there is to it. Perhaps they'll confess to the murder after a thorough interrogation.
I shook my head. I don't think so. I believe Miss Eccles's story.
It's very bizarre,
he said sceptically. Well, that's just why I think it's true. Why should she make up something like that?
I imagine Foster would have a rather different account of events if questioned.
I wouldn't put him past theft and murder, I said darkly. The way he behaved this evening... I stopped. I had not really intended to share that with Milo. As usual, however, he missed nothing. His gaze, I thought, was suddenly very sharp.
Exactly how did he behave this evening?
Oh, it was nothing I couldn't handle, I said, but let us say Lord Dunmore is a mere child in comparison.
Indeed?
There was a hard glint in his eyes.
I think I shall have a word with Mr. Foster.
Oh, Milo, you needn't make a fuss, I said, secretly pleased that he should care. But we have more important things to consider. It doesn't make sense that Mr. Harker might have been selling the jewels for himself and giving paste replicas to the Eccles sisters. Surely he would have known they would discover it eventually if he did.
Milo shrugged. Perhaps he would have gotten what he wanted from one or both of them by then.
This wasn't satisfactory either. I didn't see Mr. Harker as the type of man to string women along to see what he could get from them. Then again, I certainly wouldn't have styled him a jewel thief. Someone was certainly selling the pieces in Whitechapel. I had not yet had time to tell Milo of the most recent development with Mr. Gibbs, how I had gone to look at the Eiffel Tower brooch. I related the events of the evening to him.
Did Mr. Gibbs say who had sold it?
He asked. He told Winelda, and I quote, "The gent was of medium height with dark hair."
How very enlightening.
The description could fit Mr. Harker, I suppose. Then again, it could fit most anyone. One thing we know for certain, someone was having copies made. But why? If they thought to confuse Mrs. Barrington by covering up the theft, it doesn't make sense to have only replaced a select piece. And what happened to the paste bracelet that was stolen at the ball? It was never discovered,
and they searched all of the people who were on this floor at the time of the murder. A thought occurred to me suddenly. Do you think it might still be here somewhere?
Unlikely, Milo said, squelching my enthusiasm. The killer would have had ample opportunity to retrieve it by now.
Not necessarily, I said stubbornly. What excuse would they have had to come here since the ball? I thought suddenly of Mr. Douglas Hughes's visit to this house on the day I had come to see Lord Dunmore, of the false story he had told me of a missing earring. Was it possible he had come to retrieve the stolen bracelet from its hiding place? If so, then we were too late. Somehow I didn't believe that to be the case. Was it possible the bracelet might still be in the library? Perhaps the thief had taken it while Mrs. Barrington slept and had decided to hide it until it could be safely retrieved. Let's go to the library, I said. Perhaps we'll find something. I rose to my feet, and Milo stood, grinding out his cigarette in a nearby ashtray.
I think, my darling, that in spite of what all the slanderers say about me, you are the reckless one in our marriage.
I ignored him, going out into the hallway and walking towards the library. He followed me. We went into the room and I walked to the chair where Mrs. Barrington had been sitting. I glanced around the floor and saw nothing. I slid my hands around the cushions of the chair and even knelt to look under the chair. But there was nothing to be seen. I stood and looked around the room trying to think of any other place it might be. One thing didn't make sense. If the gems had been removed from the bracelet, why hadn't we found the empty setting? It seemed almost as if the bracelet might still be intact. If that was the case, how had the gems been found on Mr. Harker's body? I felt the vague stirring of a memory. There was something I had heard, some bit of information that would help make sense of all this. And then it came to me. Paste gemstones. They had been present in more than just the jewellery. What if the stones found with Mr. Harker's body weren't from the bracelet at all? What if they had been from a masquerade mask? I knew of only one of the suspects who had been wearing a blue mask that night. The description of the thief that Mr. Gibbs had given might have matched James Harker. It would also match his uncle. Milo, I said suddenly, I think I... My words cut off as I heard the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside. It was possible that it was just Inspector Jones returning, but something made me pause. I walked silently to the door. We had left it open a crack, and I could see out into the hallway. There, near the grandfather clock against the wall, stood Mr. Barrington. He glanced back down the hall, but I was confident I could not be seen. Then he opened the clock case and pulled something out. I pushed open the library door and stepped into the hall. He was surprised to see us and concealed it badly. Good evening. I was just... If you'll excuse me. Just a moment, Mr. Barrington, I said. What is that in your hand? I could now see quite clearly what it was. A blue masquerade mask and a sapphire bracelet. I was aware of Milo behind me, and I was sure that I could feel his displeasure. No doubt he thought that I should have let Mr. Barrington retreat. Perhaps he was right, but I couldn't do that, not when we were at the resolution of the case. I'm afraid it's rather a long story. Mr. Barrington tried to look casually chagrined, but sweat had begun to bead on his forehead, and his eyes were darting past me as though he intended to run. Why don't you come into the library and talk to us for a moment? I said gently. Milo let out a disapproving breath through his nose, but I ignored him. If I could convince Mr. Barrington to come and talk for a moment, we could summon Inspector Jones and do things in an orderly way. Mr. Barrington wavered, attempting to decide between flight and the possibility of formulating a plausible explanation. And then he walked past us and into the library. Why don't you go and get Inspector Jones? I whispered to Milo. And leave you alone with the murderer? He asked. I think not. Then we would just have to hope that he returned to us after speaking with the Eccles sisters, for I had no intention of leaving either. We followed Mr. Barrington into the room. He hadn't taken a seat, but stood facing us. His face was red, his dark hair damp with perspiration. "So you killed Mr. Harker?" I hadn't meant the words to sound quite as accusatory as they had come out, but there was no taking them back now. "Amory?" The warning note in Milo's voice held just the faintest tinge of exasperation. Mr. Barrington's face flushed, but his expression remained steady. "Nonsense, Mrs. Ames," he said, something of an uneasy smile on his face. "I didn't have anything to do with my nephew's murder. I just forgot I had placed these things there for safekeeping." "It's your mask from the masquerade, isn't it?" I asked, nodding towards the disguise in his hand. "Might I see it?" "No," he said. "That's because there are stones missing, aren't there? They were the paste stones found on James Harker's body." "This is nonsense," he said stubbornly. "That isn't true," I said. "At some point, Mr. Harker must have turned his back to you, and you took advantage of it to kill him with his own gun." I thought I heard what might have been another disapproving sigh come from Milo, but it was so faint I couldn't be sure. Mr. Barrington said nothing, but I didn't need him to at present. Things were beginning to make sense, and I was warming to the tale. It was you who was stealing your wife's jewellery, wasn't it? He knew that you were selling Mrs. Barrington's jewels and replacing them with paste copies, and he had to be silenced. Mr. Barrington looked stunned. "How did you know about the jewels?" He stopped, as though he realised he had said too much. Though now was not the time for gloating, I couldn't help but feel a bit smug. "We have our sources," I told him grandly. I remembered his love of sport. "What was it? Gambling debts?" He hesitated. He had wanted to deny it all, but it was really impossible now. He had already said too much. He looked suddenly very weary, as though confession would be something of a relief. "I've had a streak of rotten luck the past few months," he said. "It's been one loss after another. I only intended to sell one or two of Serena's things in order to cover the most pressing of my losses. But then I realised how easy it was. I had an efficient system going. I would take one of her pieces at a time to be copied and then put the replicas back in her jewel case. She only noticed once when I took a ruby earring to have a paste pair made. But I put it back in her bureau, and she was convinced she had only misplaced it. The replicas were excellent. Serena never knew the difference." "But Mr. Harker did," I said. He snorted. "James didn't know about the jewellery. I only recently discovered the night of the ball that he was stealing from Serena as well. Only he didn't know that the pieces were paste. Almost everything in her jewel box is a replica now. Apparently he has been taking things during dinner parties to divert suspicion from himself. The idiot. Served him right that they weren't worth a thing." I was suddenly confused. If James Harker hadn't known about the jewels, then why had he been killed? "But why steal the paste bracelet from your wife that night?" I asked. "You don't know as much as you think, do you, Mrs. Ames?" he asked. "This bracelet is made of real sapphires. I told her they were paste so she wouldn't be much alarmed when I stole them later, but they were actually genuine. One of the few genuine pieces left. I went into the library when she was asleep and took it. She had told me about her trap, of course, but she sleeps like the dead, and it was easy." "Did James see you?" "No, he knew nothing about it." I was still puzzled. If it wasn't the jewels, then why? He sighed. "It got to be where I was in desperate need of money again. I put off selling that brooch, knowing how she loved it, but it was the most valuable thing left. When that was gone, there was only the bracelet and one or two smaller things remaining. I knew I needed to do something else. There wasn't enough left of value to sell, only one or two pieces. I had heard rumours, of course, about Foster." "What sort of rumours?" I asked.
rumours that, though he is almost impossible to beat, it is not impossible for him to lose.
What do you mean?
He did it once before, you see.
That match at Wimbledon, I said, as things clicked into place. I remembered Lord Dunmore's reference to Mr. Foster's loss, the vague aspersion he had cast upon it.
Yes, Foster and I had agreed to meet and discuss the possibility of a joint venture. He is heavily favoured at the match in Switzerland, and if we bet on his opponent, we could stand to make a good deal of money if he loses.
It was beginning to become clear now, but that didn't make it any less horrible. And there was one thing I still didn't understand. What did any of it have to do with the ball?
I thought it would be less suspicious if I stole the bracelet at the ball rather than at home. Serena had begun to notice things missing. I thought at first that she was looking for things in the intervals when I had taken them to be copied, though I had tried to be careful. But then I realised there was another thief. You can't imagine my surprise that night when I arrived home to discover that someone had stolen the replica of the Eiffel Tower brooch. I had to have a second replica made, and it was only recently completed. At that point, I didn't know who might have done it, but I couldn't take any more chances. She was expecting a thief at the ball, and that suited my plans quite well. I arranged to meet with Foster that night. When the time was right, I went into that empty room and let him in through the balcony door, so we wouldn't be seen together. We were talking about the possibility of his throwing the match and our splitting the profits if we bet on his opponent. I tried to give him the bracelet as my portion of the bet, but he said I'd have to sell it myself, so I kept it in my pocket. After we'd talked, I let Foster back out through the balcony. No one would know we had met. I thought that was the end of it.
But it wasn't, I said.
I realised that Serena might raise the alarm once she discovered the bracelet missing, and there was the possibility we might be searched. It was then I realised that a stone was missing from the bracelet.
I remembered suddenly how Mrs. Barrington had snagged the bracelet on her gown. Perhaps a stone had come loose. That must have been the gemstone near the stairway that had become lodged in my shoe.
That was what gave me the idea, he said. The stones were nearly the same size as the gemstones on my mask. I could replace them, wear the gems away, and no one would be the wiser. I had pried a few loose when James came into the room.
And he saw you with the bracelet? I prodded.
It was more than that. He must have been listening to my conversation with Foster. He always was a snoop. He said, "That wretched Mr. Foster didn't deserve the money, and nor did I." He said he intended to take the sapphires to give them to someone who had more need of them. He removed a gun from his pocket and set it on the table. Then he scooped up the gemstones from the mask to put them in his pocket. A few slid from the table and fell onto the floor, and he bent to pick them up. I suddenly knew that there was nothing else to be done.
There was a moment of silence as his words hung in the air.
I had to do it, he said.
I thought, in addition to the glint of sorrow, there was something a bit desperate in his gaze that made me uneasy. It was desperation that had led him to kill his own nephew. I somehow thought that he would have no qualms about doing away with Milo and me.
I didn't want to do it. I had to do it, he said again. Don't you see? There wasn't any other choice.
He was your nephew, I said. He would have known to keep quiet.
He let out a strangled laugh. Oh, James couldn't keep his mouth shut about anything. It was as if information just poured out of him at the most inconvenient times.
I remembered what Milo had told me. James Harker had blurted out his uncle's financial difficulties at an inopportune moment, and it had cost Mr. Barrington a business deal. I hadn't thought revenge was likely, but I had never considered that there might have been a greater secret that Mr. Barrington thought was worth killing for.
I knew that if this came out, it would cause an immense scandal for me and for Foster.
I thought of Nigel Foster's part in this for the first time. Surely he must have suspected that Mr. Barrington might have killed James. But the secret was his as well, and he had been unwilling to risk his own reputation.
I didn't have time to collect the paste gems from his pocket after the shot sounded. I hurried from the room, hiding the mask and bracelet in the first place I saw, that clock. I shoved them inside, intending to come back for them later. Then I walked back towards the room as though I was investigating the shot.
He rubbed a hand across his face.
I have relived that wretched night in my mind 1,000 times.
Mr. Barrington, I said soothingly, perhaps the best thing would be for you to turn yourself over to the police.
No,
he said. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a pistol. Now was not the time to reflect on the irony of facing down the barrel of a gun held by a killer for the second time in as many months.
This is getting to be a very bad habit of yours, Amory,
Milo remarked, as though he had followed my train of thought. I ignored him, my eyes still on Mr. Barrington. Great beads of sweat quivered on his forehead and began to roll down his face, and I could see that his hand was trembling. I hoped he was not gripping the trigger too tightly. Perspiration and unsteady hands seemed a very poor combination.
Dunmore was so very smug about tonight. I was sure he knew something. I brought this gun along in case I needed to deal with him too.
There's no need to do anything desperate, Mr. Barrington, I said calmly. The police are in the house and you'll be caught. The best thing to do is just to give yourself up. He seemed suddenly sad, defeated. The gun wavered in his hand, almost as though he had deflated. I was aware of Milo moving slowly to stand beside me, and I wondered what he intended to do. Let me have the mask and bracelet, Mr. Barrington, I said gently. I took a step forward, and he pulled the gun upward. No, he said, jerking his hand back. At the same moment, Milo pushed me behind him, even as the gun went off with a deafening boom. Mr. Barrington stared at us for a moment, as though he was more surprised than anyone that he had done it. Then he turned and fled from the room. I turned back to Milo, and something about his face stopped me cold. What is it? I asked, a strange sense of dread creeping over me.
I don't want to alarm you, darling, Milo said, pulling back his dinner jacket to reveal a growing red stain on the white shirt beneath. But I'm afraid I've been shot.
Chapter 31. Milo! I gasped. I rushed to his side, fear coursing through me with such force that I felt almost dizzy. I realised instantly what had happened. Milo had pushed me aside, but in doing so, he had put himself in the path of the bullet.
It's all right, he said calmly. I'm fairly certain it's only a scratch, but perhaps I'd better sit down nonetheless.
As he moved to a chair, there was a shout from the hallway and the sound of a scuffle. A moment later, Inspector Jones came into the room, followed by Mr. Douglas Hughes. The inspector's eyes fell on Milo, and he came quickly to his side. "Inspector Jones, please, call for a doctor. Milo's been shot," I said, as though he couldn't see for himself. My voice sounded calm to my own ears, but it seemed as though it had come from very far away, as though I wasn't the one talking at all. Inspector Jones turned back to Mr. Douglas Hughes.
"Will you telephone, sir?"
"Certainly," he replied promptly, going from the room.
"Did you catch him?"
Milo asked conversationally.
"Yes, we apprehended him in the hallway. Sergeant Lawrence has taken him in his charge," Inspector Jones replied, his calm gaze taking in the location of the blood on Milo's shirt. "Excellent work,"
Milo said in congratulation.
"I didn't have much time to think about apprehending him after the gun went off. We'd better take off your jacket, sir."
He helped Milo gently out of it. Milo appeared as unperturbed as ever, but his face had gone pale. I had never seen him any shade but bronzed, and it frightened me badly to see the colour leached from his face. He was in pain, and I feared that he was losing too much blood. My eyes fell to the steadily growing red stain against his white shirt, and I felt my legs go a bit weak as the corners of my vision began to swim.
"It's all right, Amory," Milo said soothingly as he reached out and took my hand.
It was not until his warm fingers enclosed my icy ones that I realised he was trying to comfort me and not the other way around.
"Sit down, darling," he said. "You've gone all white."
I pulled over a chair and sat at his side. I was glad for the support. My legs felt like straw. "Oh, Milo, does it hurt very much?" I was fighting tears. I didn't want him to know how afraid I was, for that would only make him more uncomfortable than he already was. I had never felt so helpless.
"Not at all,"
he said, lying. My eyes searched his face, and he smiled, squeezing my hand reassuringly.
"It appears it's only a flesh wound," Inspector Jones said.
"Oh, thank God," I whispered.
He didn't really mean to shoot me," Milo commented. "Amory made him uneasy and the gun went off." "It seems Mrs. Ames is always confronting armed killers just before the police can arrive," Inspector Jones said dryly. "At least this time I was able to intercept things, so to speak."
"Perhaps you shouldn't be talking, Milo," I said.
"I'm not dying, darling. I'm perfectly capable of carrying on a conversation."
Inspector Jones pulled a crisp white handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it against the wound. Milo's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Are you certain he's going to be all right?" I whispered to the inspector. "Is he losing too much blood?"
"I haven't been shot in the ear, Amory," Milo said. "You needn't talk about me as though I can't hear you."
I frowned at him affectionately. "Do be serious for once, Milo. You've got a bullet in you."
"I don't think the bullet is in him," Inspector Jones reassured me. "I think it merely grazed him. Quite a lucky thing." "You see?" Milo told me. "A scratch."
He was being brave to reassure me, and I adored him for it. I still felt like I was one step away from falling into sudden hysteria. My husband had been shot, protecting me from a desperate murderer. It sounded too melodramatic to be true.
"The doctor will be here shortly," said Mr. Douglas Hughes, coming back into the room. "Is everything all right?" "I think so," Inspector Jones said. "I think Mr. and Mrs. Ames may be more careful about confronting killers in the future." He smiled to soften the reprimand. "I must commend you both, however. You've managed to see yet another murderer brought to justice. Well done."
Coming from Inspector Jones, this was high praise indeed. "That wretched man killed his nephew for fear of being found out in a gambling plot," I said, feeling extremely uncharitable towards Mr. Barrington. Mr. Harker had overheard his uncle plotting with Mr. Foster to throw a match in Switzerland next month. He'd done it before, you see, at Wimbledon. There were rumours circulating at the time that there was something wrong about his loss, and he left the country while things died down.
"And yet he planned to do it again," Inspector Jones said.
"It's nothing along the scale of Wimbledon, of course. They probably could have managed it without much suspicion, but even a hint of scandal could have ruined them both. Mr. Barrington felt Mr. Harker must be silenced."
"Did he say if Foster had anything to do with the murder?" questioned the inspector.
"I don't know," I admitted. "I wouldn't put it past him, though it's more likely that he suspected that Mr. Barrington had something to do with it, but chose to keep silent."
"We'll find out what his involvement in all of this is," Inspector Jones said. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Mr. Douglas Hughes said calmly, breaking into the conversation for the first time. I looked up at him, surprised. He went on in his cool, steady voice. "Mr. Foster is involved in some, shall we say, highly sensitive work with the Foreign Office. I'm afraid we can't jeopardize that."
"Well, not even if he's an accomplice to murder?" I asked. He looked at me gravely.
"There are more lives at stake than you know, Mrs. Ames."
I thought it somewhat unjust that Mr. Foster, a liar, a cheat, and a violent man, was outside the reach of the law. Mr. Douglas Hughes seemed to have read my thoughts, for he continued, "I know he is an unsavoury character, Mrs. Ames, and believe me when I say that measures will be taken to ensure he puts no one else in jeopardy." That would have to be sufficient, I supposed. However, it still left my question unanswered. "You came here that day claiming to be looking for your wife's missing earring, and she confirmed your story later. But Mrs. Douglas Hughes wore no earrings to the ball." Mr. Douglas Hughes smiled. "You're very perceptive, Mrs. Ames. We could use more people like you in the Foreign Office." "Oh, don't give her any ideas," Milo said. "I thought," Mr. Douglas Hughes said slowly, carefully weighing his words, "that it might be possible that Mr. Foster was somehow involved with Mr. Harker's death. He had been much interested in Miss Felicity Eccles, with whom Mr. Harker was on friendly terms, and I thought Mr. Foster might have wanted his competition out of the way. My wife and I were in the card room at the time the shot sounded, and Mr. Foster came in from the balcony. I came back to check the door to the murder room, just to ascertain whether it might have been possible for him to lock the door behind himself and then retreat to the balcony. I found the bolt could only be activated from inside, and I was satisfied that he was not the killer. Not the killer, perhaps, but despicable nonetheless." I thought suddenly of Mrs. Barrington, and felt very sorry for her. I knew it would come as a dreadful blow after the death of her nephew to find out that her husband was responsible. I felt sorry, too, for poor James Harker, who had trusted his uncle and had been sorely deceived. It seemed proper, somehow, that this had started at a masked ball, for nothing had been as it seemed. Even death had worn a disguise. The doctor arrived and confirmed Inspector Jones's assessment of Milo's injury. He cleaned and bandaged the wound, which thankfully hadn't even required stitches, and instructed Milo to consult with our doctor in a day or two. After he had gone, Milo and I were left alone for the moment. Inspector Jones and Mr. Douglas Hughes having gone to tend to the unpleasant aftermath of the investigation. I could only imagine what sort of chaos was happening downstairs as the guests began to realise what had occurred. "The worst part in all of this," Milo said, examining the bullet hole in his dinner jacket, "is how furious my tailor is going to be." "He can't fault you for being shot at." "Trust me, darling. He can fault me for anything." He stood and gave a slight wince. "I will admit that being shot is not as glamorous as it has been made out to be." "You're going to relish this story for years to come." "Naturally. One doesn't get shot every day." Despite the levity of his words, I knew that he had likely saved my life. Had he not pushed me aside, the bullet would have hit me squarely. I stood and went to him, taking his hand in mine. "Thank you, Milo," I said sincerely. This seemed to surprise him. He hadn't been expecting me to grow suddenly sincere. "I'd do it again in a heartbeat," he replied. "Yes, well, next time we face a killer, I hope he or she will use something other than a gun." "Good heavens, Amory. Next time." I laughed. "Never say never." "Speaking of never, you do realise," he said suddenly, a mischievous glint in his eyes, "that it will hereafter be impossible for you to divorce me." "A pity," I said, in keeping with his lack of gravity. "I might have been a viscountess." "Only a viscountess?" he chided. "If you're going to do something, do it right. I expect you could get an earl, or perhaps even a marquis if you set your mind to it." "Why stop there? What about a duke, or even a prince?" "Not as a divorced woman, unless perhaps you went to the continent." I laughed. "I don't want a prince." "Well, that's a relief. Life would be much too dull without you, darling." "It would be less constraining," I said. "You could do as you please without having me to answer to." "Nonsense. Who would there be to drag me about solving murders and getting shot?" "You're rather an idiot, Milo," I said with a smile. "But you love me anyway," he said. "Yes," I answered softly. "I love you anyway." "Then let's go home. I'm quite sick of the Ritz." "Milo," I said suddenly, stopping him at the doorway. I happened to overhear a bit of your conversation with Hélène Renaud downstairs.
Happened to overhear? He repeated.
There was the slightest loosening of the corner of his mouth, as though he was almost tempted to smile. I had no doubt that he was perfectly aware of what I meant by that. I heard you fight her off, I said, my own lips trembling at the corners. She's quite tenacious, isn't she? He smiled then, one of those smiles that made my stomach flutter.
I may not be a model husband, my darling, but I hope I am a better one than I am often given credit for being.
And there it was, a précis of our marriage. I couldn't change who he was, not really. He would never be a sentimental, dutiful husband at my beck and call, dedicating himself to my whims. But that was not why I had married him. What I had wanted most, I now had. The reassurance that I could rely on him when it mattered most. He had, after all, just taken a bullet for me. He opened the door for me and we went back out into the hall, just as Lord Dunmore and Mrs. Garmond came up the stairs. I noticed a significant change at once. Mrs. Garmond's face was radiant, her dark eyes glistening with happiness. Something must have occurred since last we spoke.
That police inspector has informed me of what's happened, Lord Dunmore said when they reached us. Are you all right, Ames? Quite all right, Milo answered. I can't believe it was Barrington, Lord Dunmore said. I never would have suspected him. Is Foster still here? Milo asked suddenly. I'd like a word with him.
Milo, I began to protest, but Lord Dunmore interrupted smoothly.
Mr. Foster has had an unfortunate accident and broke his nose.
The gentlemen met eyes, and Milo smiled.
Perhaps another time, then.
Mrs. Garmond turned to me. There's one more piece of news. You'll never guess. Alexander has asked me to marry him. Has he? I asked, considerably surprised. Well, allow me to offer my congratulations. He says I have you to thank, she said. My brows rose. Oh?
I've realised the benefits of a loving and devoted wife, he said with a smile and a wink. You're a lucky man, Ames. That I am, Dunmore, Milo agreed.
I hope you will be very happy, I told them, and I meant it. I'm certain we shall be. Mrs. Garmond smiled up at him, her face aglow. She would have her work cut out for her with Lord Dunmore as a husband, but I suspected she was more than willing to try her hand at it. Furthermore, I thought she would enjoy it immensely. Milo and I left them and were making our way down the stairs carefully to keep from jarring Milo's wound, when a voice rang out. Oh, Mrs. Ames! Mr. Ames! Mrs. Rowland came up the last few steps to meet us. How dreadful! How absolutely dreadful! Are you all right, Mr. Ames? She asked, surveying the blood on his clothes with something very like ill-concealed glee.
Quite all right, thank you, he replied with a smile.
But you've been injured.
Yes, but I've learnt my lesson, he said, and Amory has promised she will be less violent in the future.
She stopped, speechless, and I fought the urge to laugh. I doubted that Mrs. Rowland's being at a loss for words had ever happened before, and was unlikely to ever happen again, so I could not bring myself to be angry with Milo for so outrageous a remark. We took advantage of her disconcertment, crossing the foyer and going out into the night. Bright lights flashed as we stepped outside, and I realised that reporters had gathered as they began to shout questions at us. News had spread with remarkable speed. I somehow suspected that Mrs. Rowland was to thank for that.
Mrs. Ames, how did you manage to catch another killer? Mr. Ames, are you gravely wounded?
This was the last thing we needed. I was sure we made quite a pair. Me in my evening gown and Milo in his blood-stained shirt. Let's hurry to the car, Milo. I made a move to descend the front steps, ready to push my way through the crowd, but Milo stopped me with a hand on my arm.
Just a moment, darling.
What is it?
Let's give them something to put in the gossip columns first, shall we?
And he pulled me to him and kissed me thoroughly in the blinding glare of the flashbulbs. You have been listening to Death Wears a Mask, It was written by Ashley Weaver and read by Karen Cass. This has been a Magnus Story Sound presentation. If you've enjoyed this production, please write to us at Magna House, Long Preston, Skipton, North Yorkshire, BD23 4ND, or call 01729 840 225, and you will be sent a full list of our recordings.